Ранок, шановні пані та панове, молоді лідери та лідерки, як ваш настрій? Ви готові сьогодні бути активними? Дайте знати. Супер.
Are you ready to work today? Please give me a sign. Welcome to the second day of the Kyiv Security Forum. Generation W, the leadership of youth in wartime. Yesterday we spoke about the generation of warriors, the generation of resilience and willpower, and we saw the people who were the embodiment of Ukrainian heroes. They inspire us with their example, but they also raised the bar very high. And some of yesterday's speeches were kind of cold shower to some of us because they are very sobering, and they lead us to understand that activism and efforts of each and every person was absolutely key. As one of a military person said to me, battles are won by armies, but wars are won by nations. That's why we are gathered today, together with the young people who are most active, to discuss what kind of nation we are supposed to be to prevail in this war and develop. That's what we're going to discuss today. We're going to speak about combating Russia's propaganda. We will discuss international experience in that respect. Generation W is also a generation of witnesses, and each of us, in one way or another, is aware of Russia's crimes. So this topic will be in the focus of our attention. Yesterday, we had no alerts, luckily, but today, if there is an alert, you know what to do. We go straight to the shelter and continue working. Without relaxation, everything is set up there so that we would be able to continue our work even in case of an alert. Thank you to all the organizations who made it possible for us to get together today and to discuss the future of the generation of war. The 10th Youth Security Forum is organized by the Open Ukraine Yatsenyuk Forum in partnership with the Office of NATO and Democratic Institute and Frederick Ebert Foundation. The institutional partner is the Atlantic Council. I'd like to pick up on what we heard from Irina Chernohuz yesterday, how resilient we should be to Russia's disinformation, because we think that we can oppose that, but then people just erroneously like pieces of misinformation and deep fakes produced by Russia. Obviously, we need to be more resilient, and we live in our families. We also have to help our loved ones to resist disinformation. I'd like to invite to the stage the panelists. Please give rounds of applause to Dmytro Gordon, a journalist and television presenter. General producer of Espresso channel, Anastasia Rava. Political analyst Taras Berezovets. A blogger and journalist Denis Kazansky. And also Viktor Shlinchuk, head of the board of the Institute of World Politics. So I will come to my throne and off we go. So, Dmytro, let's start with you. According to Slovo and Dilo portal, your television channel ranks the first in terms of subscribers. And in your videos, you very often use clickbaiting titles. How effective is it in combating Russia's disinformation? Well, we rank first and third because I have two YouTube channels and they rank first and third. As regards the clickbait titles, there are two clear-cut messages. You have to say the truth, no matter how bitter it might be. And you have to give the titles that attract the attention of your audience, because we work in competitive environment, and there are numerous choices for the audience. When the war started, apart from my two YouTube channels, there was nothing like that on our media market. But today, the competition is really tough, and you need to come up with titles that attract people's attention. What is your strategy with as regards combating Russia's disinformation? Well, we lean on the truth. We capitalize on the truth. Truth can defend you, the truth can kill. It is our task to get it across to the Russian audience, the true facts about what Russia is doing on the territory of Ukraine, how they commit crimes, acts of genocide, what Russia is doing to our cities and our infrastructure. We have to speak out loud about that without mincing words. That way it'll be more understandable for the Russian audience. And obviously it reaches out to the audience, because you have to be really dumb not to understand straightforward and simple words. How do you track the impact on Russia's audience? Do you have any feedback, letters, or what have you? What makes you sure that your work is efficient? We have a lot of comments from their side, and according to our intelligence sources, among those who surrender in our captivity, most of those people are those who get their information from Dmytro Gordon's two YouTube channels. Before we speak about classic media with Anastasia, I'd like to ask you, Dmytro, how has the role of Ukrainian YouTube changed during the war as regards the informational component? Well, this role has grown considerably. Even the programs broadcast in Ukrainian, they are watched by massive audiences, even in the Russian language. We have statistics to back it up. The interview with Arseniy Yatsenyuk, for instance, these interviews we run on a regular basis. Primarily the Ukrainian audience watches this, but if a program gets more than 1 million viewers, some 35 to 40% are people who understand only the Russian language, but they watch Arseniy Yatsenyuk even when he speaks Ukrainian. I think there's a widespread idea that the television is obsolete. Now this is the time of YouTube, TikTok, and so on. Nevertheless, we have a lot of entertainment television channels, and they are also quite active. Anastasia, you are general producer to Espresso TV. Some people say that this is the end of television. But what's your take on this as regards classic TV? What kind of instruments do you use to combat Russia's disinformation? No, television is not dead. It's alive and kicking. But television is changing. What television is all about? This is either entertainment or news, and it's getting transformed. It goes to other platforms. If we speak about Espresso, apart from classic television, we also have quite a large-scale YouTube channel with millions of subscribers, and we have about 10 million users per month, which is basically equal to television audience. As regards our efforts to combat disinformation, we started this quite a long time ago. We were established in late 2013, right on the first days of the Revolution of Dignity, when the Russian propaganda started engulfing Ukraine. We remember all those fake stories about crucified boys, crucified kids, and so on. And at that time, some people in the Ukrainian audience believed that not everything is that straightforward, that maybe some things that Russians say may be true. And we understood that the role of journalists in combating those pieces of disinformation is really key, and we have to get the true facts across. Back in 2014, the organization called Stop Fake was established. They are one of the leaders in this area, and we started together broadcasting a television program, which we also downloaded to YouTube and Facebook, and on those channels we analyzed the fakes spread by Russians. So we cooperated with Stop Fake for some 4 to 5 years. Last year we continued that cooperation in English within the program Spotlight Ukraine, where together with Stop Fake program, we told our audience about the propaganda that they spread around the world. They said that Russians say that when Ukrainians say "Glory to Ukraine," this is a Nazi slogan. In Ukraine, nobody is buying that, but they still try to spread that across the globe. One of the most important projects to fight Russia's disinformation is our project, the Chronicles of Information War. Over the last 2.5 years, we basically started it right after the beginning of full-scale invasion, but since that time, more than 100 million viewers have watched it. So this is quite a successful project, including on the digital channels. So television is not just about television per se, but our classical projects are very often very popular in digital media. So this program was shaped in March 2022, when there was a lack of analytical work after the beginning of full-scale invasion. We don't just give the pieces of videos of Russian propagandists, because we think that that would be destructive. Instead, we analyze the disinformation programs that Russians are launching against us in order to zombify our audiences. And we also do this by way of documenting Russia's crimes, because we documented a lot of appeals to genocide against Ukrainians. And I believe that in the future, the materials of our programs will be used for criminal prosecution against Russians. Thank you, Anastasia. Following up on the issue of Russian narratives and how to combat them, Taras, what do you observe in terms of how Russians are changing the targets of their disinformation campaigns? For 2.5 years, I dealt with information in Special Forces Brigade at the front line. They were the ones who were engaged in the Kharkiv offensive. Our units entered Balaklia, and our unit also was engaged in the liberation of Kherson. And I understand, and I remember that when we were entering Kherson, at that time, Radio Marusia had been broadcasting in Kherson for a month, and they were running the news, the music and talk shows, and so on. The same situation exists all along the front line. If you go to the Kharkiv region, for instance, we used to be deployed in Vovchansk, which now has been totally razed to the ground. There's one plant there. There was a command post of one of our battalions years ago. So there on the north of that region, the Russian radio Nostalgia is still beaming its signal, and all that has been going on for about 3 years of this war. Obviously, we see what our enemy is doing, but we cannot replicate what the enemy is doing. I can only say that during the Kharkiv and Kherson advance, our special groups of information resistance were very active, and largely the retreat of the Russian forces resulted from the efficient work of our information officers. When we started the offensive, and it lasted for 13 days, the enemy left the position because their commanders left the combat area first. Their officers basically fled even before our offensive, just because we had been very successful in our deceptive informational operations against the enemy. As of today, our units are also fighting in the Kursk region, and there are also units of the territorial defense. And yesterday, the Russian media outlets published an interview with our commander, Metrashkivsky, where he speaks about what the Ukrainian forces are doing by way of informational operations in the Kursk region. Territorial defense media units place videos which enjoy tens of millions of views, and there's a very interesting project there, which is one of the projects is called "The People Putin Does Not Need." This information is reproduced by many media, and it runs interviews with Russians who are in Ukrainian captivity and whom their relatives are actively searching. The Russians are not very responsive to news, for instance, but when you show to Russians the videos of atrocities committed by the Russians in Mariupol, Kharkiv Oblast, or Kherson Oblast, and you show the graves that the Russians leave behind themselves, and we were from beginning to end present during the operations of exhumation in Izyum forest, where more than 600 bodies were found, and with people with the signs of torture.
As well as ill-famed Izyum isolator, where they tortured Ukrainian prisoners of war. So I should say that all the work was done by Russians with preliminary preparation. So the investigators entered there. They represented national republics of Russia, Dagestanis, Chechens, Yakuts, and Bashkirians. They were, and our assessment demonstrates that Russians had very clear-cut plans of filtration measures. They had preliminary prepared list of Ukrainian patriots, those who served in the anti-terrorist operation. Within 72 hours, they were arrested, moved to those torture chambers, and most of them were killed by Russians. When you show these to Russians, their reaction is different. First, the rejection, and then hysterics, and they burst into tears. So, in fact, it's a denazification of Russians. This is what we are facing, and let's not forget that many Ukrainian citizens who were covered by Russian propaganda, most of whom in the Kharkiv Oblast, because from our experience, Kherson Oblast was the least influenced by Russian propaganda. The absolute majority of citizens there have clear understanding where the Russian propaganda is. And even in Donetsk Oblast, situation with this so-called cotton-head population is better than in Kharkiv Oblast. In Kharkiv Oblast is the worst situation. I remember the town of Kupiansk, where even young people, when they liberated them, the first days of liberation, we were trying to catch Russian deserters. So I remember 2 Ukrainian women in Kupiansk, in whose premises we arrested 2 Russian deserters. These women presented them as Ukrainians, but we clearly realized that they were Russians. We said, why do you hide them? They said, because there are no men around. We need men. And I remember Ukrainian teenagers, girls from 12 to 14 years old. I interviewed them. It's on the YouTube channel. And the phrase, we realized when Ukrainians entered that the city will be bombed now. And then we asked, and who are you? They said, we are locals. When the Russians left, Russians helped us, gave us money, they gave us food. Thank you, Taras. And I would like to continue this topic with Denise, because thousands of Ukrainian citizens are under Russian occupation, some of them for 10 years, some for 2 years, and they are within the 24/7 system of information influenced by Russian Federation. And I watched today that Mariupol, what they broadcast, and it's like in the Orwell novels. So what do you think? What is the influence by Russians on Ukrainians in the occupied territories? And what should be the plans of Ukraine for the time when we liberate these territories? Russia is doing everything possible to change the mindset of people. They don't spare money on propaganda. They allocate just crazy money on this. But there is also a big plus for us that in Russia this system is corrupt, and most of this money is being embezzled on the way to those who use this money. And in fact, they use only about 20% of the money allocated. But the problem is that we don't have even those 20%. So our information resistance is mainly based on enthusiasts, on journalists who have their Twitter channels or Telegram channels. So in Russia, there are so-called nets which support each other, and there is a very big money in circulation. And the Russian propaganda machine is very powerful. On the other hand, because they don't count money, they produce a lot of low-quality content, which doesn't make serious impact on people. There are many plots which remind me the Soviet television of the last years of the Soviet Union, when people realized that communist ideology was bankrupt, but the official propaganda continued speaking about communism, into which nobody believed. So, in fact, it's an important indicator that propaganda must, at least in something, meet their reality and correspond to reality. In fact, propaganda is worth nothing if there is no proper living standard or good salaries and economy. So there are still people who are fanatics of Russian world, even if there was no Russian propaganda at all. But very often in the Russian channels, I see the comments, which are most of which are negative, and the lies which are broadcast, they cause resistance and negative attitude and anger among people. I saw that when Pushilin promises once again something, there are lots of comments saying that you're a clown, you are lying, and so on and so forth. So there are some plots which do not correspond to reality at all. People do not accept them. So something realistic should be done for people to make their life easier. And if it is properly combined with propaganda, then it will be effective. I would say that on the territories, the major factor of influence on the people is not propaganda. This is what I call a soft ethnic cleansing. Russia has conducted a sort of soft genocide on occupied territories where all champions of Ukraine, all people who are Ukrainians in terms of their mentality, they are either physically liquidated, arrested, tortured, or they just disappear. And a lot of people are being scared, intimidated by this atmosphere of terror, and they leave these occupied territories. This way, Russia is pushing out Ukrainians from their territories and bringing there the loyal population. So the overwhelming majority on the occupied territories is pro-Russian because of that. So it's extremely difficult to being a Ukrainian patriot to stay in the occupied territories. And people who wanted to live in Ukraine, they left. This is what Russia is doing in Mariupol. Their policy is more bloodthirsty. It's just they expel the local population and then bring in the population from Russia. First, they destroyed the city, bombed the city. About 10% of population was killed. Another half left Mariupol, and those who stayed there, even pro-Russians, they ruined their homes, and they sell apartments in those houses. These are not houses for population who lost everything. They are sold to Russians, and locals cannot buy them because they have lost everything. This Russia can do very successfully, changing the composition of local population. In this situation, the ability of Russia to conduct special operation is higher than in Ukraine, because this is the norm of their life. What do you think? What effective strategies of countering this do we have? First of all, for our audience, I would like to say at the beginning that before there was an opinion that the world will be managed by people who read books, not those who watch television. At the moment, right now, definitely we have to reformulate this idea and to formulate it this way. The world will be managed by those people who watch something more than TikTok, Instagram, and read Telegram channels. So coming back to your question, I would say that last year I spoke at the European Forum in Poland, and a lot of time in my presentation I dedicated to Telegram. It's a Russian platform with Russian roots. And that time, a year ago, many people in the audience were very skeptical about my information. As you understand, this year, after Musk was detained, after what you saw, what happened in France, the skeptical approach diminished somehow. It's clear that Russia is using a lot of instruments in order to influence brains, in order to impact brains not only in Ukraine, but also in other countries. And it has always been doing this. I would like to remind you that when Arseniy Yatsenyuk was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we had a discussion with him that at that moment, I don't remember the year, Russia spent per one page in the Washington Post $7 million a year. So it invested money into big newspaper pages in order to promote and push forward its propaganda. And as far as, if I'm not mistaken, the budget of the foreign ministry for the whole foreign political activities was much smaller. And this is what Russia never saved, never spared using for this. They never spared money when they wanted to develop some new platforms and use them. And now, when speaking about the role of Telegram channels, we must understand that use of these channels means helping Russia in dissemination of certain information, certain narratives. So with your assistance, I think we have to deliver this idea, this point of view to your colleagues who have the attitude to the Telegram channels as the major source of information. This source of information which is referred to, which is not verified, and which very often are used by people who are not responsible for what they're writing. And in conclusion, 76% of Ukrainian population, according to various opinion polls, trust what is written in the Western media, I mean Ukrainians. At the moment, Russia knows very well how to pack everything they need into the Western media and sell it into Ukrainian audience. So even if you read any article in the Western media, please be critical, verify information, and verify the authors. This will help you to overcome challenges which we are facing now. Thank you, Victor. That Russian propaganda is developing. Do you know this story of crucified boy? We know this, and those who remember, raise your hands. And then there was different stupid stories in Russian propaganda.
теж робить фокус, тому що
But they
присипає нашу пильність. Нам
trying to put down our vigilance. So the question is how to develop resistance against Russian disinformation. First of all, you should not watch Russian channels. You should not read and watch Russian media, because they are intended for the herd, which will accept everything they hear and they read. It's like in the Soviet Pravda newspaper. What is interesting, the program of the major Russian propagandist Solovyov, who is the leader of Russian Information Special Forces, has left 50 the most popular programs of Russian television. So which means that this is not that influential Russian idiots. But once again, I should say that you should be critical to a maximum extent towards what you hear, read, and see. Dennis, what would you recommend? Basically the same. First of all, don't use any Russian sources of mass media, neither opposition nor state ones. The most important is that they are of a low quality. Any information presented in them is not objective, definitely. If you want to get objective picture, the best way to get information from Western sources, German, British, American, but also be careful. Yes, the best is to have objective picture and read more than one source of information. Diversify sources of information and be critical. But in general, it is better to get information from those sources which will provide you with more objective picture. And indeed, I would like also mention this Solovyov program, that any propaganda is effective if it meets the reality. But if in the Solovyov program they have been shouting about hitting the decision-making centers for 3 years, and they cannot reach Selido for 3 years, those people, even those who hate Ukraine, they will not watch it in Russia. This is a sort of fake alternative reality. This is an indication that Russian propaganda is of bad quality, and people get tired of it. It's important for us to see this as an example and to learn this lesson. That's why our information policy, our propaganda should meet the reality, because otherwise Ukrainian media would not be trusted by Ukrainian people. I would like to say that
Пане Тарасе, як виховувати в собі критичність?
how could you develop the critical resistance towards Russian disinformation? There is direct connection with the education of a person. The higher is the level of education, the less vulnerable the person is to Russian propaganda. And we see this clearly on the territories which were occupied and which are occupied. But there is one big danger which many people forget about. Our enemy has not only huge budget, but it has the best factor of propaganda which unites at least hundreds of thousands of workers.
It is true, not dozens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands. And they've studied the experience and best practices, quote unquote, of the Nazi Germany, and they have no scruples. They use the practices called the Black Legend vis-a-vis Spain. Huge resources are being spent to ensure the quote unquote victory of their propaganda. And I call on you to subscribe to PETRAEUS channel who debunks propaganda there. So the trend now is such that perhaps in 6 months you might see an interview of Dmytro Gordon with Arseniy Yatsenyuk, where Arseniy Yatsenyuk will say that the front has crumbled, that we have to surrender, and that we should be moving towards Minsk III, because AI is extremely powerful. 11 apps is one of those, and we have a joint program in Espresso YouTube channel. It does not use AI, though every person is real there. So this program, 11 apps, not only does it mimic the language, but it also changes the articulation, the movement of your face, the face expressions. And Arseniy Petrovich, you can rest assured that in 6 months from now, any deep fake can be manufactured. So regrettably, in this war, we are lagging behind for want of resources, for want of experts. We don't have that many people in this domain. So we should be countering it with technologies and with our intellect. Anastasia, I would like to add to what Taras said about the AI. It's a huge threat. You know, there were lots of videos in YouTube already with Zelensky, with President Zelensky, lots of fake pictures. Check it. It can look as if artificially manufactured, but it can be looking very resemblant, very credible. So there's a lot of various software that will allow you to check whether this video is real or modified. Be critical. Look for information proactively. If you see a video with Zelensky, go to his official pages and see whether those pictures are there, whether those videos are there. If you're still reliant on the Telegram, and I do agree with Victor that you should be foregoing Russian social media, but even in the Telegram, please do look for official pages, for verified, not anonymous pages, politicians that you trust, media that you trust. Read Ukrainian white listed media outlets, because the Institute of Mass Information has got this white list of outlets that are well reputed for providing verified, reliable information. But even then, try to verify, to triangulate all the resources that you are using. Victor, what would you use when it comes to the methods of protecting ourselves from Russian and other disinformation? Given that the audience here are very critical in thinking, I call on you to develop this critical thinking. Don't overdo it. While countering Russian disinformation, should not be caught by the Ukrainian propaganda. I don't know whether any of you know the model of the world that was suggested by the futurologist Casio. It is called Bunny. I see people are nodding their heads. Indeed, on the one hand, it pleases me to see that the audience here are very well prepared and are critical in their thinking. On the other hand, I feel pity for you, because we are entering the era where this world model, bunny, shows that the world is fragile, non-linear, difficult to understand, unfathomable, and you have to run even faster if you want to get to the destination. Lewis Carroll spoke about it many years ago. Arseniy, you wanted to comment on that. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists, all of you, for representing the media that protect the truth in Ukraine, because this war is so multifaceted that information warfare is one of the very powerful weapons in this war. What's going on in Ukraine requires very swift and very tough response by all of the media outlets, because Russians are attacking us in various ways, inside and outside the country, from inside and from the outside, and lies, fakes, propaganda sells well. It's easier to sell the lies. It's much more difficult to sell the truth. When I spoke to Americans who were telling me that Olena Zelenska in the downtown Paris was buying extremely expensive brand clothes, and I asked them where you got that. They say it was all in the media. The same about the yacht owned by Zelensky. And I, killed 30 Russians in Chechnya and have 30 or 100 villas in Miami, and I reside there. You know that Dmitro and I have been already manufactured by an AI. My mom called me a couple of days before and said, I watched your interview with Dmitro, and then she said, but you also advertised some medications. I say, no, I never advertised anything. So, it is run to the absurdity, once you see a fake or a fake piece of news, find ways to debunk it. Because if it stays on for an hour, then you will have to spend 24 hours to debunk it. And if it stays on for 24 hours, then it will take you a month to counter it. Then work with foreign audiences, do. My great request for you to have English language channels or media so that you could speak directly to foreign audiences. Not only English language, say, it can be the German language, Spanish language, etc. Chinese language, because our both allies and people who are still hesitating are bombarded by the Russian propaganda. Some time ago in the USSR, we only had two channels, TASS and USSR. Then Russians introduced RT, and its budget was many times more than all of the Ukrainian channels taken together. When then RT started broadcasting in Europe, in the USA, and if you ask them about the channel, they say it's very well reputed channel. Nobody knew that it was Russia Today, because anchors there speak wonderful English. Many of them are native English speakers. They give you 90% of the truth and 10% of the most important lies. And you actually consume these 10% rather than the 90% of the truth. And so freedom of expression turned or translated or was transferred into the freedom of lies, of telling lies. So on the one hand, we have to restrict the lies, but on the other hand, if we want to restrict the lies, then someone is enticed to actually limit the truth. So the freedom of expression, the freedom of the media is important, but we shouldn't take it as the freedom to tell lies. So these people are those who speak about facts, who tell the truth, and those who debunk fakes. And they fight for your critical thinking and for the clarity of your understanding of what's going on in this country. So they deserve a round of applause. Not only can you thank them, but you also have a wonderful opportunity to have a picture together with these wonderful media representatives. So I invite you, encourage you to go to this stage for a family picture. After that, we would return to our seats. We won't have a break now. So please, as yesterday, those who are taller, please go to row 3. Those who are shorter, as I am, we can stay in the first row. Or line, rather.
Пане Дмитре, я вас прошу трошки до центру ближче підійти.
Dmitro, if you could come closer to the center. Arseniy, Dmitro, Taras, keep somewhere in the front line, okay? Yeah, and I'll join you here.
Свою реакцію на новину про смерть Путіна.
Imagine your response to the piece of news that Putin is done with.
Ви не дуже радієте цій новині. Давайте.
You don't seem very happy.
Поминки, 40.
You don't look very happy.
Супер, дякую величезно.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. The panelists, first of all, please now take your seats, and while you are doing that, I'll remind you that we had Dmytro Gordon, then Anastasia Roba, general producer of at Expresso TV channel, Taras Berezovets, Denis Kazansky, Viktor Shlinchak. While taking your seats, please keep applauding our panelists. Now I will allow another couple of minutes for you to take pictures with our esteemed panelists.
І не розходимось, повертаємося.
And again, please return to your seats, will you?
Так. Що ви вже зарядилися трошки енергією і прагненням?
So now that you are so galvanized and energized,
Ми з вами на одній хвилі ненависті до русні сьогодні. Хто ще на цій хвилі? Давайте, дайте мені знак.
Okay, yeah, another energizer and, icebreaker. Sounds good.
Зараз у нас продовження програми.
Now we continue, and we will have a special online address by the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Lithuania, Laurynas Kasčiūnas. Attention on the screen.
Dear participants of Youth Kyiv Security Forum, dear Arseniy Yatsenyuk, I'm very glad to be with you even in online mode. First of all, I want to say what Lithuania was, is, and will be with Ukraine. Together with you, because we know very well what you are fighting not only for your independence, for your territorial integrity, for your freedom, but also for our security too. As you know, Lithuania is doing as much as we can to support you till your victory. One of the ideas which we support and all the time in all different formats trying to raise is your membership in NATO. In your victory plan, in the new victory plan, one of the pillars of this plan is invitation Ukraine to NATO. In last ministerial meeting of NATO defense ministers, I was in a position speaking loudly what we should not give to Russia the informal veto power on NATO enlargement. That's why the invitation of Ukraine to NATO would show the irreversibility of a process, not only in the words, but in the actions. The biggest problem is what not all Western leaders believes, what membership of Ukraine in NATO will be basis for better security and defense of European security system. The problem is we are still thinking what it could escalate the situation, and I think it's a mistake. The historical lessons showing that Russia respects only when you are strong, when you can deter, and when you have allies. So that's why I believe the Ukrainian invitation to the NATO would be a perfect step which could deter and help Ukraine to win this brutal war. So the journey of Ukrainian nation to the NATO will be long, and you need to understand that. But you always will have allies, friends who will always support you in this, traveling and trying to achieve this strategic aim. I believe that Ukrainian nation, which fights now for us too, deserves first of all the decision by EU and NATO leaders of a possibility to be the member of a family. Because you are fighting for us, you are fighting for the family. And we should send the message once again to Russia, what they cannot decide our nation's future. And what you are showing on the battlefield, it's not only heroism, but you show what the patriotism, the national identity is still very, very important in 21st century. Talking about our common struggle for the freedom. You know, I always give an example. If you look now in Kaliningrad enclave, it's here close to Lithuania. You know, it's VOLKER gap. We see it as a very sensitive spot in geopolitical terms. We always look at it, and now when you count the Russian troops in Kaliningrad, you see it as a quite empty field. Why? Because many troops of Russian army from Kaliningrad now is deployed in the fight against Ukraine, or in the fight against Ukrainian Kursk region. So it shows the linkage between your fight and our security. I call this process sometime 2 months before as a demilitarization of Kaliningrad region. So it's like direct dependence with your fight, which breaks Russian military machine, push back Russia from all different and difficult possible scenarios which could Russia try to create for us, for all NATO. So this is the evidence how your fight is helping us to win a time for preparing for deterrence and defense. So once again, thank you, your all brave nation for that. So the imperative of this situation is simple, and I'm always trying to convince my friends and allies in the western part of NATO. The best way to push back all bad scenarios is a long-standing support for Ukraine. Weapons, ammunition, equipment. And I say to the people in the West, if you don't want to send your troops to defend Baltics, according to Article number 5 of NATO, we just give what Ukraine is asking for. So first of all, of course, military support. The new generation of Ukraine, I hope and I believe, is a key factor for European civilization and its security. I know it's difficult. I know it's you cannot be inspired by simple words, but just to feel what we feel, thinking about you. You know, I don't know if it is such a brave nation in Europe, like you, who could, in this difficult, very difficult circumstances, knowing who is Russia, how strong it is, to give a fight, to fight and defend itself. You are showing the example for all of us. What the nation which has will to defend, has the habits to do it, and I think you are like a role model for all of us. So I hope you are creating the history. Your political leaders are creating the history. So as I'm saying sometimes, you know, in the West we lack 21st century Churchill, but you have your own Churchill in Ukraine. So I hope you, from your all your community, you will have many Churchills in the future. I wish you good luck and big success to your nation. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Дякуємо панові Кащунасу за це звернення.
Thank you very much for this address. We are very lucky to have such friends as Lithuania who understand that we're not fighting for square kilometers. We are fighting for something which cannot be measured by kilometers or kilos. This is about human lives, about human dignity, about thinking about the future. And the support of these people is something that inspires us to keep on fighting. During the address and in this hall, we have representatives of the Riflemen's Union of Lithuania, and I would like to give the floor to a member of this union, Mr. Vytautas Lisionis.
I know that you have prepared a presentation for our meeting, and you can share with us your experience and how it works in Lithuania. So, please.
Okay, so hello everyone. I have brought 3 messages as the good example yesterday of your colonel or general, as far as I remember. So only 3. The first one is thank you. To everyone who is here, who is not here but over there at the front line, who is somewhere over there. Another message is pretty simple. It's written here. It's the lesson learned from history. This bloody empire comes every time we start living well. Through history, every single time. In the very end of 2021, Ukraine has reached the double level of living comparing to Russia. It was one of the reasons of the war. Okay, what to do for a country of 10 times less as Ukraine as we are? Only 2.7 million people. 10 times less. So if you start thinking in terms of standing the Russia, impossible. But. Let's imagine the case that every one of these 2.7 million is in. Everyone. That's the only chance. There is no other way. No one will come. NATO is going to help only the ones who are fighting for themselves. And usually not from very first day, as far as, we know it already. every single in military issues, in support issues, in warfare of words, everyone in. Everyone in the structure, everyone working like a Swiss clock. Remember, there are countries that are never occupied or even attacked, just because everyone is in. Even though I'm a university teacher, as far as you see, but I'm in military issues as well. I serve for the Lithuanian military forces for 20 years already, all the time. Not for the reserve, for the regular units. They are also part-time units. We have something like a brigade size or a little bit bigger of people like me who are on the duty every single day. Does not mean we wear uniform, but we are on call. Some kind, not the exact copy of Israel, but some kind of this. When I'm needed, they call me and I'm in, let's say, within 3 or 4 hours. I have my regular position in the unit, in the regiment. I have some other duties in, let's say, the forces of training. I work, actually spend much more time at training troops comparing to training students at the university. But this is the life, nowadays life. Everyone has to be in. Every single school teacher has to be in. Every single medical doctor has to be in. Every single student, PhD student, anyone. There is no other way for our country. We are doing like this right now. This doing is not so easy. It's very hard. I will show you why. We have had historical experiences of not fighting, saying, okay, some lives of people are not worth the independence, and things like that. It was year 1940, 1941, 1944. Lithuania had something like 3 million people at that time. The evil empire came and we lost 1/3 of people. Remember, the best one, this empire of blood is making the negative selection for their population as well as for all places or all countries they step in. Our history was terrific. If you imagine people like a person, so they cut off our head, took out our hearth, and we became something like Menkartas. If you have read Chingis Aitmatov, Ilga kaip šimtmetis diena, I cannot translate it in English, but anyway, it's about the slavery, how to make the slaves. And we're doing this for 50 years to us. And nowadays, we want to be a country like Switzerland, like Israel, like the others, who had no such an experience. Have you ever thought where this empire of evil, or why they act like this towards the other nations as well as to their own nations? What was wrong with them? Why are they doing like this? Since there is no reasonable explanation why. There is one idea. When I was working for the Military Academy of Lithuania, I was making scientific researches. Actually, I was interested very much why. And the answer was purely easy. This country, that country, Lithuania was a part of it for almost 50 years, was a jail. It was like a project to become a jail. And actually, it's not just the buzzy word. Let's imagine that year 1936-37, they killed everyone, noble, intellectual, and any, do you hear me? Anyone who could make the impact to other people, whatever impact. Teacher, policeman, rich man, whatever. I will not have the full lecture here, but only one moment. In 1960, whatever year, the Soviet Union, wanting to have 5 million soldiers as conscripts, collected only 2.9. Where do you think they got 2 million soldiers? Where did they get them from? Any ideas? Some millions at the jail. Okay, let's take some of them. And they took 2 criminals from jail and put them to the army. Within 3 months, the entire Soviet army, almost entire, when I say all, keep like 80%, become the jail. With these statuses, with the culture of jail, almost 70% Lithuanian men of that time went through Soviet army. What does that mean? 70% of our men were jail men. What can happen or has to happen to a man to raise a hand on women? No, nothing, impossible. But if you take a look at the path of these 4, 3, or 2 years, everything becomes clear. And so on. So this is our enemy. We still have it in our culture. We still remember. We still have people who have graduated Ryazan Academy, not academy, but school. They are still here in our army, in our society. Okay. After 1990s, our country has lost one more third, almost third of population until now. Why? We were discussing these things here yesterday. Usually, it's the easiest way to think directly that is because of the economical situation. Remember, not. Usually, or sometimes the person even does not know why, but he or she does not feel good somewhere where he or she is at the moment and starts looking for the arguments why too. And the arguments are very easy. It was the research made in our university some 6 years ago, why Lithuanians have left the country. And the answers, you see, they are written here. Sorry for the text, but I could not stay without showing it. So, respect for employees, respect for people, respect for another who is near you, 90% somewhere or almost all around the world, and only 36% in our country. Okay. So that was 2018. And we had a strategic communication department of our army. The guy, second in command, nowadays the head of Riflemen's Union of Lithuania, has read this material and said, oh shit, you can easily pay money, but it's hard to change the culture, attitudes, values, and ways of behavior with each other. And we started the project. for almost 3 years, gathering the most important persons we could reach, we could attract to one place, and putting them, the genus, I'm not sure for the word, gen, about human leadership, about human behavior with others who are next to you. It was one project. Another project, for example, our country has closed the educational university at once, just not to have the history of that history anymore. And the teachers were provided, or let's say a university had to prepare new teachers without any professors of educology in it. Just because the decision was like in Kazakhstan of moving the capital from Almaty to Astana, just for some cultural issues to stay where they are if you cannot fight them. They cannot be fought in short time. The culture is something that we learn being for a long time part of the society or the, let's say, group. I still have 2 minutes?
2, it's maximum.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So, some cases, in some things, we succeeded. In 1988, when the emigrants, war emigrants from Lithuania came back, their idea was build up the university. And they were said that we have many of them. And then these guys said, you don't understand us. Since university is not about PhDs, titles, or let's say, honor, or even books and libraries and technologies. It's about culture. That course, everyone in, was then. Our way to EU and NATO was pretty short, just like 10 years, just because everyone was in. Mobility. We started sending as many students abroad as possible, as Kazakhstan does, as Estonia does. There is no other way to change the culture. It cannot be read from the books. Yesterday we were talking about 16 centimeters that can be gained through learning. But there is some half a kilo that cannot be learned from books, that can be learned just by being with other people. So, languages, teacher education, and human leadership. And I would like to present first 2, and this will be the end. The first one is Israeli, or let's say Jewish proverb. Remember, if you want to build a country, you will build on respect for teachers, doctors, policemen. It's the ... But the first one is teachers. And the rule for us at that wartime is very simple. Organize schools attractive to work for men, as well as military for women. And you will see the miracle. Okay, this is it. Sorry for taking so much time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Це був член стрілецької спілки Литви Вітаутас Лідесьоnis.
It was Vytautas Lydesyonis, member of the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union. As I promised before, and now we'll have 25-minute break, and at 11:45 we resume our work. So enjoy your 25-minute break, but don't go too far.
а також її співрозмовниць Анастасію і Ксенію. Ваші оплески.
Доброго дня. Я сьогодні присутня з Ксенією і Анастасією.
Today I'm here with Ksenia and Anastasia will share her story, how she was a witness and a victim of imprisonment in Russian Federation. My name is Anastasia MATVIICHUK. I'm 17. I'm from the city of Kherson. So I had to spend 4 months in a temporarily occupied Crimea because during occupation of Kherson, we were actively offered to go to the camp in Crimea. My mom didn't want to let me go, but the director of my college was insisting, morally putting pressure on my mom, saying there is no war, that it's quiet there. When my mom said, no, I don't want my child to go there, she put more pressure and said that if my mom wouldn't sign the documents, I will be forcefully taken from my mom. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Що далі?
What happened then? Put pressure on your mom, saying that they would take her from her. Yes, she didn't have any choice. And they forced her to sign the documents, after which we went to the camp in a couple of days. When I arrived, we were put into the rooms, and the first thing I saw were cockroaches all over the room. Then I saw cockroaches in the dining room. We had to sleep on stinky beds. So it was not like a usual camp for vacation. Yes, when we arrived, we were told that we would be there for 2 weeks. At the beginning, it was like in the regular vacation camp, but then everything changed. We were not taken home. They promised us to bring us home, and they didn't do that. What changed? Attitude to us changed. We were forced to learn Russian, the anthem of Russia, and the singing every time. So when we refused, they said that we are not gratitude. There is no gratitude. We are not grateful, and we have to learn it by heart. So was it any psychological pressure on you? Yes, I felt it, and my friends told me what happened to them. I felt it on myself when I left for a walk in the yard. We were allowed, but when I came back, my roommate told me that one of the teachers was looking for me and said that when I would come back, she would kick me. And I said, let her try it. When I left my room, she saw me, dragged me into another room, closed the doors, shouted at me, beat me, and threatened me that if this will repeat it, I will be sent somewhere where nobody would be able to find me. And my friends told me that a boy didn't want to sing the Russian anthem. Something happened, I don't remember, but he was locked in a very small room where there was only a bed and nothing else. And he was not fed for about 5 days maybe. This is what he told. What was their attitude to little children, 7, 8 years old? What methods of influence they put on them when they behaved not the way Russians wanted them to behave. I was told, I didn't see it myself, but I was told by one boy and his friends that little children were taken to psychiatric clinic, or psychologists were putting pressure on them, imposing on them their opinion and trying to change their mindset in their own favor. What did you feel? Because you were alone there without your relatives and support. I felt very bad. I was in a depression. I felt a danger, threatened. They were intimidating me all the time, especially when I was offered to produce a Russian passport for me, that they would help me to find housing to study at the Crimean college. I refused, but they forced me to sign the document that I take an obligation to study the 10th and 11th forms. I said, why? And they said, because I was not adult and I must study according to the law. What happened then when your mom took you? What happened? So they imposed on you these studies. You were intimidated. How did you learn that your mom was coming after you? We didn't have any communication, but we could contact through the Telegram platform. So it was once a week or a fortnight, and she wrote me that she found volunteers from Save Ukraine and that she can go and take me from there. I was very happy and decided to tell this to the director and teachers that I would be coming back, after which I was told that if she doesn't come, we would move you to the college in Crimea. There you would study, they will help you with documents, provide you with housing, they will make you a passport. Were you afraid that if you stay there, you would be change your mind, and when mom would come, she wouldn't find you? Yes, because my friend who lived in the next camp, he moved to another one, and his mom was not able to find him. They couldn't contact each other. And I was afraid that something like that would happen to me, because I had also to move. And I had some contacts with my mom, but only once a week or 2 weeks. So I was afraid that if mom would come, she wouldn't be able to find me. Tell us about your meeting with your mom. How was it? It was in the morning. I was sleeping that time. I woke up, raised. There were two teachers living nearby, and I heard they were talking, and they said, somebody's mom has come after her child. I thought that was my mom. I went down, went out and saw my mom. I asked them to open the gate, hugged my mom, and I burst into tears. That was terrible over there. And I felt very bad. Thank you. And then, was it the long trip? Yes, my mom had to go for 7 days to me through Poland, Belarus, and Moscow. When she took me, we went back again through some countries. So in total, it was 15 days. When you arrived in Ukraine, what were your feelings when you saw the Ukrainian flag? What did you feel? First, how did I feel in the camp? I felt discomfort, depression. I felt the pressure all the time, and I felt very bad. But when I was coming back to Ukraine, I saw the border and flags. I realized that I was already at home, and I felt much better. I felt open. You felt secure, yes. Tell us about yourself. What are you doing now? I live at the Center for Надія і Відновлення. I'm studying through distance learning at school. And some time ago, my dream came true. They presented me with a guitar. I had been dreaming about it for many years. I have some plans for the future with my boyfriend. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ksenia. My family and I come from the city of Kharkiv, but before the all-out war, we lived in Vovchansk, very close to the Ukrainian-Russian border, and that exactly through Vovchansk that Russians invaded Ukraine on the first day of the all-out war. We spent all our time under constant shelling. There were no shelters, and we saw the Russian military in the streets. We couldn't even get out of our houses. We saw lots of helicopters flying low above our heads, and they sometimes dropped some munitions, but later the intensity of the shelling subsided, and Russia started to impose their governance there. Most of the social services, including schools, transferred to the Russian language and Russian curriculum, and my Chairperson, the leader of my class, insisted that I should go to Shebekino, the town of Shebekino, in the Russian Federation to continue studies after leaving school. And at the same time, my brother was sent to the summer camp again, as if to have some rest during this summer for 2 weeks. So they said, but I understood that it wasn't so. And he, after all, stayed there for 9 months. And we were parted thus for 9 months. I could talk to him sometimes over the phone. I knew where he was. He wanted to get back to Ukraine. So did I. But we didn't know how to do it. I was studying at a technical school, and all of the teachers of that school insisted that I should obtain the Russian passport. They said, if you do that, you would get 100,000 Russian rubles, and you will be the Russian citizen. But I never dreamt of that. And when I studied there for 8 months, and they saw that there was no point insisting for me to become a Russian citizen, I stayed in a hostel at that time, and I had an acquaintance who protected me. It was winter already, and I was looking for ways to get back to Ukraine, to my hometown, and some time later, I got through to social services in the city of Kharkiv. I told them about my whereabouts and those of my brother, and I know that the brother was taken to a foster family after staying for 5 weeks in the camp. So thus, I was communicating with the social services in Kharkiv, but I wanted my brother to return as well, and his foster family wouldn't let him. They started talking to him all the time, trying to persuade him that he would be better in Russia, and they severed our contacts. So I was extremely nervous. I didn't know where exactly he was kept. I knew the town, but I didn't know the exact address. I knew that he was in the town of Opinsk, and I asked volunteers there for them to find my brother. And I even decided to go there, but I was warned that unless he states explicitly that he wants to join me in returning to Ukraine, then only then will he be allowed to go. So we met, and I wanted to grab him, to hold him, and he behaved like this. I saw that he was kind of indoctrinated. He didn't dare to approach me, but I promised to myself that if I return to Ukraine, it will be only together with my brother. Then we were given some time to talk. We spent 2 hours together, and I tried to persuade him that it was my dream to return to Ukraine, and if he comes with me, he would be okay as well, because I loved him dearly. So I even tried to manipulate him a bit. I said that I could take him with me for a month, and if he wouldn't like it, then he would be free to go and to return to his foster family. So in May 2023, we came to Kyiv. It was a very difficult period of our lives. The travel was extremely difficult. I didn't know where I would be living, what I would be eating, after all. But on the border, when I saw the Ukrainian flag for the first time, it was a breathtaking moment. When I stayed in Russia, I dreamt of coming to Kyiv to have a Ukrainian flag of my own. I do love my country. So when we came to Kyiv, the CEO of the Save Ukraine Foundation gave me the flag as a gift, and my brother was with me. He is with me right now. He is being fostered by a wonderful Ukrainian family. I study at the university, second year, Department of Journalism, and even though we suffer shelling and drone attacks every night, I am sure that my choice was correct. I do want to be in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you both for sharing your stories with us so generously, for us to understand what Ukrainian children experience when they are taken away from and forcibly deported from Ukraine to either Russia or to Belarus. Thank you very much, Anastasia, Ksenia, Katerina. Thank you.
Ми з вами зараз фактично чули 2 історії про воєнні
We've
злочини.
heard 2 stories about Russians' war crime. it is a mundane manifestation of what Russian war criminals are doing. It's extremely important to document all of them for the people to remember about them and to bring the perpetrators to justice. And they should remind the generations to come about who the adversary is, what they are like. So now we will be speaking about witnessing this war and about the generation of witnesses. We will be speaking about documenting of war crimes, how this can be recorded and why it should be recorded, because that's exactly our aim, to achieve accountability so that the perpetrators of those crimes would not go unpunished. We see that the global justice system can't cope, at least as matters stand, with this challenge. So we should think of what needs to be done, how it should be done, and where people can actually seek and get justice. So I will give the floor to head of the Center for Civil Liberties, Nobel Peace Prize laureate Oleksandra MATVIICHUK, then Senior Sergeant Azov 12th Special Forces Brigade of Ukraine's National Guard, Valery Gorishny. We also have with us head of the Institute of National Remembrance, Anton DROBOVYCH. Then editor-in-chief of Ukrainska Pravda, a newspaper, Sevgil Musaeva. Then Oleksandra Dovzhik, who is program director, Index Institute for Documentation and Exchange, and then chief legal officer, Charitable Foundation Save Ukraine, Miroslava Harchenko. Alexandra, the Center for Civil Liberties and you personally have been collecting data and documenting war crime for almost 12 years now. But at the same time, we see Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, who attends the BRICS summit and shake hands with a person who is allegedly a war criminal and against whom the warrant of arrest has been issued by ICC. Doesn't it worry you? We are living in turbulent times indeed, and it is difficult to imagine even what this period will be tagged by the historians of tomorrow. The rule-based order is crumbling in front of our eyes, but we have to do what we are supposed to do. I am not demotivated by the UN Secretary General shaking hands with President Putin. Of course, I would rather see him service this warrant for his arrest, because ICC is the UN institution after all. But I know that against all odds, all of our efforts have sense, and we have to persevere. We have to go on doing our job properly. We sometimes are delusional that the world knows well about the Russian war crimes, but the world doesn't know about those crimes, particularly some parts of the world. People living in the African countries, or say in South America, people know almost nothing about those crimes. And in some countries where a lot of materials have been published, lots of discussions have been held, people still know very little about what's going on in Ukraine. And the sooner we shake off this illusion, the better for ourselves. We have to educate people. We have to get this message across that such crimes are being committed as we speak. And another issue that we have to discuss is the overall UN system and framework. It was put in place after the Second World War by the winning powers, and those powers envisioned unjustified privileges for themselves, and Russia that replaced the Soviet Union in not a very legitimate way as a permanent member of the Security Council also got those privileges, and now it paralyzes the activities of the entire Security Council. And UN system is collapsing again in front of our eyes. And I think that your generation will be responsible for the overhaul of this entire UN system, for it to finally start protecting people from authoritarian regimes and wars. Thank you, Alexandra. But given that the system is morbid, is inoperational, what's the sense of documenting Russian war crimes? We don't think that a time will come when each and every perpetrator would be brought to answer, brought to justice. You know, Russians committed terrible, atrocious crimes not only in Ukraine, but also in Chechnya, in Syria, in Mali, in Georgia, in other parts of the world. Never were they punished. Never have they been punished, and they are sure that they can do whatever they want because nobody is going to punish them. And it's our historical chance to break this vicious circle of lack of punishment, of inculpability. And it is a difficult task. It is a Herculean labor, if you wish. But justice is something that we all strive for. Justice looks back because it actually makes those who committed crimes accountable, but it also looks into the future as a deterrent, as a preventive measures, not to allow any other crimes to occur in the future. But if we are very decisive in our legal action, and if at least a minute fracture of Russians start thinking that next time they won't go unpunished, they won't be able to hide behind Putin as a figure that is so big. So even if this minute number of people start doubting in Russia, then this
охолоджуючий ефект на брутальність порушень прав людини. А оскільки ми говоримо про повномасштабну війну, то це значить, що розпочавши рішучі правові дії, ми зможемо зберегти тисячі і тисячі людських життів.
Дякую вам. Пане Валерію, ми говоримо тут про покоління свідків, про документування російських воєнних злочинів. Ви пережили російські воєнні злочини на собі. Пан Валерій захищав Маріуполь, був на Азовсталі і лише у вересні цього року повернувся з російського полону. Дякую вам за те, що ви зробили для нашої країни.
Всім дуже дякую. Дякую всім. Насправді ми просто виконували свій обов'язок. Чогось такого екстраординарного я в цьому не вбачаю.
Ви знаєте, я думаю, що інколи просто виконати свій обов'язок – це найскладніше. Для цього треба мати велику силу волі і велику гідність. Я думаю, що гідність – це саме те, чого росіяни намагаються позбавити наших людей, зокрема в їхньому полоні.
Насправді так. Тобто цілеспрямовано щодня намагаються зламати дух військовополонених українських. На жаль, інколи це вдається, але переважно всі наші козаки тримаються гідно і, не дивлячись на, вибачте, кошачі просто порції їжі там все одно тримаються гідно і протидіють всім цим обставинам, так би мовити. Але сьогодні моя, так би мовити, задача докричатися до тих саме міжнародних організацій, до Червоного Хреста та Організації Об'єднаних Націй, під обіцянками яких ми, в принципі, і здавалися в цей полон, тому що жоден з нас не хотів виходити в полон. Самі ви розумієте, що йдеться про гідність, і кожен солдат...
Sergeants and officer,
якщо він усвідомлено йде на військову службу, він готовий.
if he or she, for that matter, choose military service as their occupation, they should be prepared to be captured, to become prisoners of war. But never could I imagine that people from the Azov battalion could be captured. And we had to surrender, and we were given guarantees, quote unquote, by the Red Cross, International Committee of the Red Cross. But international humanitarian organizations didn't have any access to Ukrainian prisoners of war while I was in captivity, nor do they have it now. And now you can see lots of interviews of Russian prisoners of war, and they complain about, say, salad being not fresh enough, or being having mayonnaise instead of, say, olive oil. So it's nothing compared to what we experienced. We all remember about the atrocious terrorist attack in Alenivka. I lost my best friends there. They survived the battle in Mariupol, and they should have been returned to Ukraine, but unfortunately they were killed there. Many were badly wounded. And I spent a lot of time with a guy who was injured by this terrorist attack. And on the day that they were moved to this barrack, it was called Barrack 200, that is the barrack of those doomed for death. So they saw that there was some suspicious activity on the roof, so they thought that explosives were planted there. And one of the jailers told our captives that they were really doomed. They would never survive. And then there was this huge explosion, and we understand that the explosion, the blast, came from inside.
There was some fuel used there to ignite the explosive. So the boys were killed. Others were badly wounded and hospitalized. Even there in the hospital, the attitude to our boys was okay from the nurses, but from all the others, the attitude to our boys was awful. I have a pamphlet in the English language. Our brigade developed this book for representatives of international organizations. It's called The Crime in Olenivka, and it spells out all the harrowing facts related to those events. If there are representatives of the UN in this hall or the Red Cross, please come up to me after this session and I will give you copies of this booklet. Just like Alexandra said, those organizations were set up with the purpose of monitoring the status of prisoners of war and how they are treated. But everyone is aware of the crimes committed in Mariupol. I wouldn't like just to criticize our Western partners, because we also have to thank them for the assistance that they've given us, and together with our main Directorate of Intelligence. Probably you would be aware of the operation when helicopters came to the encircled Mariupol, to the Azovstal factory, when we were given Starlinks, thanks to Elon Musk, and we had a link to the rest of the world, and everyone could see not just what was going on in Mariupol, but also could have our perspective on what was going on there. For our mental state, it was really crucial, because we felt that we were not abandoned, that we are being taken care of. Then we managed to evacuate quite a lot of our wounded comrades, and for that we are very grateful to our Western partners. I mentioned what happened in Oleksandra because probably you've heard that recently a Ukrainian journalist, Victoria Roshchina, a 27-year-old young lady, died in the Russian captivity. I would like to express my condolences to her family and relatives, because this is a very painful loss. But unfortunately, this is something which happens on a regular basis, when people in captivity just get to die. And the examples are numerous. That is why I call upon all the international organizations to do everything possible and impossible to make sure that our captives are liberated from Russia's captivity, because they're being tortured there. They suffer from TB, from hepatitis, and other awful diseases, which are very commonplace. Well, I understand that this is a voice in the wilderness, because this is being said day in and day out on our mass media and so on, but it makes no difference. Nothing happens. People take to the streets demanding that Ukrainian military are liberated from Russia's captivity, but prisoner exchanges are going ahead with the tremendous difficulties, even though I have to thank all those across the world who keep raising the issue of Mariupol captives, about our Marines and other prisoners of war, Ukrainian military. And thanks to your efforts, I am here with you, and for that I am extremely thankful. Hundreds of Azovstal soldiers are still in captivity, so let us keep on pressing for their liberation. Anton, Valery said that Azovstal received Starlinks so that the world would know about what was going on there. We have modern technologies, and on the one hand, the information is really plentiful, but on the other hand, the question is how to make that information systemic, and how to make sure that as the war is going on, we do not forget anything and that we document everything. Thank you for your question. Probably this is the first war of this scale in Europe, which is also happening online, because we remember that people who were fleeing from Russia's occupation, those who were putting up resistance to the Russians, all those cases were documented and shown on the internet. This is one of the specific features of the ongoing war, and this feature lays an additional responsibility upon our shoulders. Oleksandra MATVIICHUK has recorded all the crimes that has happened before, and they happened within our lifetimes, but we back then failed to document all that. But now, with this full-scale war, people keep documenting it, and they meticulously make videos, and we understand how difficult it was to shoot that video 20 days in Mariupol and so on. So this is a huge difference, because if we recall the Second World War, there was not systemic effort to document all the crimes happening within this war, whereas as regards Mariupol, Bykivnya, Bucha, and other places where most crimes of the Russian Federation were committed, people did a lot to document that, because this is all about human dignity, and this is our responsibility. And we are not just witnesses in terms of criminal proceedings, but we are also witnesses as sources of information which matters. This gives us an additional responsibility, because we must testify about that, because we understand what is good and what is evil. Sometimes you may go out to the grocery store and you get killed by a missile. So if we know that, we have to testify. It does not necessarily mean that we will have to testify in the court of law, but we have to do everything possible to document that, because this matters for our lives. And we are responsible before ourselves and before those we are partners with. And this also gives us the right to demand responsibility from others, because any one of you, when you go to a conference where Mr. Gutierrez is present, you would be able to ask him how come that you showed up there shaking Putin's hands. And it'll be quite a legitimate question, because he is supposed to safeguard the values enshrined in the UN Charter. But instead, he goes to shake hand of Putin and bow his head to him. This is not just about some abstract soft power or cultural policy. I'd like to remind you that Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini, Ceausescu, and Pol Pot never were brought to justice. We know that they're sons of bitches, we know they're scoundrels, but we know this just because we remember that. But there were no verdicts, no sentences served to them by the court of law. And we, during our war, do everything to repel the enemy and to bring closer the time when we will be able to bring them to justice. But the memory about all those crimes is a value in itself, because we need to keep it, and when the time comes, we need to use it for bringing the culprits to justice, and to put point our fingers on those who did that. Our generation is facing this considerable task, and even though this war proves to be very tough for us, a lot of people get demoralized and get daunted, and they think that they cannot cope. But I'd like to remind you that little Finland, which was attacked by a much more formidable enemy, the Soviet Union, they repelled the enemy. so shall we. Let's remember what Thomas Hobbes, an English philosopher, said, that every person from birth has the natural right to everything as vis-a-vis other people, but we limit this right by social contracts. And those who are the first to break the large-scale collective contract or collective security agreements opens up Pandora's box. We are the only community in the world who has every right as regards our attitude to the Russian Federation. Nobody else has this right. But the question is whether we're going to use this right. No, we will not, because we respect the values and the documents which we signed at the international level. But we have the right to justice as well, and we need to use this, because this is something that only Ukraine can use. We are the only country which is entitled to that right. Well, Finland is one of the countries which were ready to provide assistance to Ukraine from the very first day of the war, because they know what it's all about to fight Russia. Sergei, logistics is also an instrument of memory and documentation of crimes. What is the role of media in this respect, in your opinion? I'll try to be brief. As recently as yesterday, I had a talk with a British journalist from a very renowned medium, and he said, when you speak about war crimes, you should understand that not everything that you qualify as war crime is a war crime. And he said, for instance, there was a unit of your soldiers, and this is a legitimate target. There was a radar system, which again is fair game, and I tried to explain it to him that there is a principle of proportionality, that our war is a defensive one. But I understand that arguments like his will be piling up and will come our way more frequently. So I understood that we he said, you call everything genocide, but you should understand that the crimes of genocide should be proved in the International Criminal Court for decades. And I said, yes, we're going to do this, to press our own case. So documenting war crimes is a process which is extremely important, even though sometimes it looks very straightforward and one might think that we don't need to prove anything, but this is not the case. We need to have our case watertight to be able to make it in the court of law and bring the culprits to justice finally. The second component is about values. I am a Crimean Tatar, and I remember my granny's stories about deportation of Crimean Tatars. That's what she told me from hearsay and from her own experience. And she could only do it verbally because those crimes were not properly documented. Now, a number of parliaments recognized and those crimes as genocide. And I'm the third generation of Crimean Tatars after that tragedy, and I don't know what I will pass on to my children about that harrowing experience. Therefore, it's absolutely key that we keep this record for posterity. Sometimes it looks like it's obvious and we don't need to prove anything because the truth has already prevailed in this war. No, this is not the case. Russia can do whatever they want. That's why journalism and the work of civil society organizations which deal with documenting war crimes is of paramount importance. Sometimes they're not very much in the public eye, but what they do is the database which we will definitely use in the future. Valery recalled Victoria Roshchina. She was a freelancer from Ukrainian Truth medium, and she saw it as her goal to document the lives of people on the occupied territories. And every time she would go there, I asked her, "Why do you do this?" And she said, "I'm the only person in Ukraine now who can do this. And we cannot forget about the people who live in the occupied territories." She wrote a lot about that. One of the materials was about deportation of Ukrainian children by Russia. She cooperated with on the camps which were involved both on the territory of Ukraine and in Russia, involved in the deportation of children. All that information will come in very handy once it comes to the prosecution of those crimes in the court of law. And we know that warrants have been issued for arrest of Putin and one more official from Russia for the crime of abduction of children. So Vika was captured, and she was kept incommunicado, totally incommunicado, and she lived in a total informational vacuum just because she was on the occupied territory. Then she was brought to Taganrog and ended up within the system of Russian prisons. You can imagine how many people are there with the same status who are now on the occupied territories. Recently in Ukrainska Pravda, we published information called The Shadows on the Left Bank, which provides documents about tortures in the Kherson region. Just in one village, you can imagine the scale of those crimes across the occupied territories. Life goes on the occupied territories, and it never stops. We know about tortures in 2022. Does this happen in 2024 as well? Yes, it does, and people cannot do anything about that. People cry out loud, and their voices cannot be heard.
That's why these works, which Danilo Mokrek did, are very important to understand how Ukrainians live on the occupied territories, for us not to forget about humanism. It's very important to preserve humanism at these darkest times. So maybe there is at least one contact with people residing on the occupied territories in order to understand their experience. Oleksandra, Sergei, thank you very much. I just remember those that movie Shadows on the Left Bank. Yes, I advise you to watch it, and it's on the YouTube. There is English version. In the work of the index, you are engaged into fixation of Russian crimes. We engage representatives of the culture into the work of documenting after the full-scale agreement. All engaged, and maybe you all felt that impulse to at least to have a day book in order to remember all the details and to keep them in the memory. People from the culture sector were not an exception. They engaged into documenting that. And what does the engagement bring? It's symbolic value added, which they evidence brings, which allows us to hope that this evidence will stay in the history, and that we'll be able to come back to it in decades. Yesterday, it's participated in the conference in Lviv, that our slot was dedicated to documentation poetry. This is the innovative approach documenting, but it's very effective. The poetry is special because it allows us in a very condensed form to transmit the experience. And when Ukrainian poet Katerina Mykhlitsina presents the image of trees as witnesses of military war crimes after Russians hit Lviv with missiles, and she went to the place of the hit and she looked at the trees which were hit by shrapnel, and she writes poetry about this in a very strong metaphoric language, which also allows us to appeal to international audience as well, and to bring our experience to the people who would otherwise not be interested in this. If they're interested in the environmental protection, they have to listen to hear the poetry of Katerina Mykhlitsina. So this way the documentary poetry becomes part of their culture. It is engaged into international cultural dialogue, and it's important. Also, I'd like to speak about people of culture who have been taken out by Ukrainian genocidal war. Currently, Ukrainian Pen Club is monitoring this situation, so we are trying to set up a association of initiatives which would engage into this process. In particular, together with the Institute of National Memory, we deal with more than 150 names of people of culture who were killed by Russian Federation since the full-scale invasion, and we believe that we are responsible to continue their deeds which they didn't manage to finish. These were Victoria Melina, who stopped writing novels and engaged into documenting of what Russia is doing in Ukraine. And at some point, she realized that her gift of the writer allows her to produce this value added to that. She worked on the non-fiction book, which is the daybooks of war, and she didn't finish it because she was killed in Kramatorsk by a Russian missile, but her book will be published, and it will be published in the international publications in February 2025. Thank you, Oleksandra. Thank you for mentioning Victoria, because it was a terrible irony of fate. When Victoria was writing that book, she got the grant from international structure, and the same grant a Russian author had received, who wrote the book about the nature, environment, and so on. And the Russians killed Victoria, who didn't finish her work, and that Russian author will continue. So we listen to the stories of Anastasia and Ksenia and their brother, who were deported by Russians from Ukraine, and this is the only crime on which there are warrants issued by International Criminal Court. But I'm terrible with this satanic system. What the girls told us about this, the guidelines on how to steal and change the mentality of Ukrainian children. Why do they want these Ukrainian children? It's not just children. They want to destroy everything Ukrainian, our nation, our people. When our organization started evacuating population from near-front zones in 2014, everything seemed more or less okay. But now, after 2022, we see other objectives of the enemy. If before we might thought that they needed territories, now we see that they need human resources. What they're doing with our children who are deported and who stay in occupation. This is 1.6 million children. They are indoctrinated. Yes, they have clear-cut guidelines on how to do this. Now there is no need to kill. Now they can kidnap, isolate a person from information and indoctrinate. You don't need to shoot the person. It's just enough to push information onto a child who is isolated from outside world. It's enough to say, nobody needs you, nobody will come after you. Neither your mom, nor dad, nor your country need you. And this breaks people. This is the way they do. And I watched the publication by that Lvova, 3,000 children, they went through the process of changing their behavior. And they say that some children living on the occupied territories have psychological problems. They take these children from occupied territories, kidnap them, they start changing and indoctrinating these children. They call it psychological assistance, and they militarize them. They teach them how to fight and how to war. So that's why I'm appealing to youth. Today you will be writing a letter. It's a very important letter. And you heard what these girls said. I would like you to bring this information to the international institutions. And now it's time when UN doesn't have effective mechanisms and the guidelines like it was with the League of Nations before. You are the youth. You have to ruin the old one and to build the new one. Mention in your letter, please, what the girls told you about. Mention 1.6 million Ukrainian children who are still under the risk of deportation and under hard indoctrination. There is a risk that they will come against us with weapons. So the main weapon here is information, because they are isolated. You know, you are clever, you are smart, you know how to inform these children on that we are waiting them here, that Ukraine is waiting for them. It's necessary to bring this information to them, and then they will come back. Thank you. Arseniy Petrovich, Mr. Yatsenyuk, I know you wanted to add your comment. First of all, I'm grateful to you for this extremely deep panel and previous one. Just wonderful children we have, and God help you to do everything. The crime which is not prosecuted is always repeated, and the very fact of not prosecuting the crime, it's a crime. If you have instruments and you didn't prosecute the crime, you are the same as those who committed the crime. Ukraine ratified the Rome Statute. This is the statute. It's the same as International Criminal Court, which issued a warrant against Vladimir Putin, a war criminal, for deportation of Ukrainian children. This is that Rome Statute, according to which Mongolia had to arrest him, but nobody arrested him, which means that there is no legal international system. There is either enforcement exists or there is no. Either there is justice or not. So my question is to Oleksandra MATVIICHUK, esteemed Nobel laureate, and to the panel. First, whether a ratification of the Rome Statute by Ukraine gives at least some prospect for Ukraine to bring Russia to responsibility for the crime of aggression and for the military war crime and separate block for economic crimes. It's the second question. The second, about creation of a new institution, which we have been hearing talks about for 2.5 years, and nothing is moving, and I have a bad feeling that it will not move. It's setting up of a separate international tribunal. Everybody mentions the Nuremberg tribunal, but there is one problem. In order to set up a Nuremberg tribunal, you have to enter the Red Square. But is there any special prospect to set up a separate, special international institution? And Anton said a very important phrase, that all these war criminals are not prosecuted. Also, besides criminal, because crimes of aggression and war crimes, we have the third block, economic compensation, including to the children who are present here and to millions of Ukrainians who are still suffering from Russian aggression. There is 250, 300 billions of frozen, arrested money, but nobody wants to confiscate them. So is there any international instruments to bring Russia to economic responsibility as well? Thank you very much for these questions. I will try to answer. Colleagues would add. Indeed, International Criminal Court doesn't have any jurisdiction on the crime of aggression when we are talking about Russian aggression against Ukraine. And it's a huge problem, because this means that there is no international court which would prosecute Putin and his henchmen for planning, preparing, initiating and starting this war of aggression. And all the what we document and think over is the result of their decision as leaders to launch the war of aggression. That's why we faced a lacune in the responsibility which should be filled, and this international court should be set up. Yes, indeed, for 2 years the work has been in progress on setting up special tribunal on aggression. There are two changes in this direction. The first is setting up the International Center in The Hague on investigation of the crime of aggression, where 5 countries delegated their prosecutors and became participants of the center, and the United States also dispatched their prosecutor there, not participating as the founding member, but cooperating and helping this way, which means that when the special tribunal is set up, it will not need to start from scratch. These prosecutors have been working for more than a year investigating these crimes. This is positive, definitely. But in order for this not to become the last step, this process should be moved further. And recently in Austria, there was a meeting in Austria of this core group, and they took a decision at least you can imagine very easily that Russia will set up its own special tribunal, inviting North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, and Syria, and making this idea of tribunal an absurd one. So this international tribunal should be set up in the framework of some international organization, and Ukraine, a lot of efforts applied to making this within the United Nations, but to persuade 2/3 of the members of the General Assembly, it's extremely difficult. And in Austria, it was decided that we would set up this special tribunal at the level of regional international organization, the Council of Europe. This work is in progress. And now the next barrier which the participants of the process are facing is they discuss the nature of this court. Is it going to be a hybrid or not? Only the international court can overcome the Putin's immunity according to international law. Hybrid court does not have this right, unfortunately. There are some partners which belong to the G7. Unfortunately, they insist on making this court a hybrid one in order to take Putin out of the possible prosecution for the crime of aggression. And at all meetings with the top-level officials of these countries, I'm trying to explain them, to tell them that how can I explain to people in Ukraine, in France, in the United States, in Germany, that we have spent lots of efforts to set up special tribunal on aggression in order to bring these people to responsibility, and this special tribunal would not have a right to bring to responsibility the most responsible person, Vladimir Putin. And the second question of you about the compensation. Yes, people see the justice in a very different way. For 10 years, I've been working with victims. I can verify this. For some people, justice means to see the criminal behind the bars, and for the others, that without compensation, their rights would not be restored and there would not be justice. And last year, the Institute was set up on the basis of international agreement, which was concluded in the framework of the Council of Europe. And other countries which are not members of the Council of Europe joined this agreement, like the United States. And according to this agreement, they started the process of setting up international register of losses. But there are only two, I will mention only two problems related to this. First problem is that for some reason, when this international agreement was concluded, Ukraine and other international partners agreed with a very strange approach, that this register will pay compensations to the people who suffered after the 24th February 2022. And for me, as a person who has been documenting war crimes for 10 years, the question is, what would we do with dozens of thousands of people who suffered before?
Why have those been excluded from the compensation process? Why aren't they entitled to exercise their right to justice? It is a discriminatory approach, and in all my talks, I underscore that this register should be more inclusive. And the second issue related to the register is the money, the funds. Russia, of course, would not transfer any funds into the register. So the question is how to raise funds for this register. There might be various ways, one of them being the use of the frozen 100 plus billion Russian assets. They've been frozen, as you know, but they haven't been seized, and the countries of G7 have them, and the majority of the assets are kept in Belgium. Now, speaking about the prospects, because that was your question, we can have wonderful ideas, we can develop a very noble and lofty concept, but it will lead to nothing. We haven't got the guarantees, but we've got a chance. Let's grab this chance. Let's use it. Let's do whatever we can to ensure the future we all aspire for. Anton, just 1 minute, very, very brief comments. I think Arseniy said the most important thing: enforcement, the forcible execution of certain international decisions. And without a force, we won't be able to establish effective control, to go to the Red Square. Of course, I would like Putin or Gerasimov to be tried by Simferopol district court of the Ukrainian Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Yeah. There is a wonderful book by Philip Sands, The Eastern Street. It is about the crime of genocide initiated by Lemkin and Lauterpacht. When they just instituted this process, they were actually tagged as fools, that nothing will ever come out of that. And even though we are looked at as if we are not senseless, sensitive and sensible people, we should disregard that. We should continue. We should persevere. Yeah, this is a chance that all of us should use, and this is a job for years, so it's up to you to contribute. I would like to thank all of our participants. We had with us Oleksandra MATVIICHUK, Valery Gorishny from the National Guard of Ukraine, Anton DROBOVYCH, head of the Institute of National Remembrance, Evgeny Mosaeva, editor-in-chief of Ukrainskaya Pravda, Sasha Dovzhik, program director, Index Institute for Documentation and Exchange, and Miroslava Harchenko, chief legal officer, charitable foundation Save Ukraine. Now you've got 30 minutes for lunch, and we return to work in groups. Okay, thank you.
тривалий мир в Європі і на Євроатлантиці. Це складне завдання, але в це завдання треба вірити і його треба досягти. Наші партнери кажуть нам про те, що Україна стане членом НАТО, але вони ще не готові дати нам запрошення. Бо вони переживають, що це запрошення може спровокувати Росію для ескалації. А ми кажемо, що наша точка зору інакша. Навпаки, якщо ви цього запрошення не дасте, буде ескалація неминуча. Тому що ми дуже добре знаємо Росію. Україна була позаблоковою державою. В принципі, весь час була позаблоковою державою. В 2014 році Україна була позаблоковою державою. І це стало приводом для того, що Росія насамперед анексувала Крим, а потім вторглася на Донбасі. Згодом у 2022 році розпочалося повномасштабне вторгнення. Саме через те, що Україна не була частиною колективної системи безпеки. Лише колективна система безпеки здатна зупинити такого агресора, як Росія. Тому ми запрошуємо, ми, як Київський безпековий форум, запрошуємо вас сказати свою думку про це. Сказати, на мій погляд, найважливіше. Членство України в НАТО – це довгостроковий мир в Європі. Членство України в НАТО – це стримування Росії. Членство України в НАТО приносить в НАТО найефективніші збройні сили, які є в європейської держави. Я вам раджу написати коротке звернення. Це не має бути довге звернення. Зробіть 3 абзаці. Але скажіть ту думку, яка буде цінна для нас. А ми вас підтримуємо і передамо це особисто генеральному секретарю. Окей? Дуже дякую.
Дякую. А зараз ми починаємо нашу практичну частину. У нас є 10 хвилин. 10. Так, будь ласка, будь ласка. У нас відпускає. Ще раз я вам відпускаю. У нас є 10 хвилин, під час яких кожна ваша іншими словами, домовитися, які з тих трьох тез, які ви напрацювали в маленьких групах, ви зможете перенести іншого. Тому давайте об'єднуємося, так як ви сидите. Ось дві групи. Ви дві групи і ви. І на цю роботу у нас буде 15 хвилин. 15 хвилин. Ще одна хвилинка, будь ласка, ще одна хвилинка уваги. Одна хвилинка уваги, щоб ми знали, що ми робимо. Кожній групі потрібно буде напрацювати 3 тези. Обрати людину, яка буде презентувати ці тези. І після завершення 15 хвилин ми будемо написати одну тезу на одну картку. Ось я вам їх роздам по 3 картки. Одну тезу друкованими літерами написати на одну картку. І через 15 хвилин кожна група буде презентувати ці картки для інших груп. Три тези на кожній групі. Кожна група отримає 3 картки. Але важливо, одна теза, одна картка. Не все, я роздаю картки. черзі давати одну карту, називати тезу з однієї карти. І почнемо ось з цієї. Яка ваша перша теза?
Наша перша теза – це те, що вступ України до НАТО – це не перенесення відповідальності, а попередження нової агресії в Євроатлантиці.
Чи є в когось схожа теза? Чи є схожа теза? Вступ України до НАТО – це не перенесення відповідальності, а попередження нової агресії в Євроатлантиці. Чи є в когось з інших трьох груп щось схоже? Є? Скажіть. Ні, у вас є теза така, так? У вас є така теза. Віддавайте, озвучте її, віддавайте її мені. Це хорошо? Добре. Хорошо. Так, звичайно.
Так, вітання всім, дякую за можливість моїй команді. Коли ми говоримо, що Україна – це символ свободи, то дозвольте репрезентувати, власне, цю ідею. На нашу думку, власне, на думку нашої команди, світ рухається в напрямку безповоротного конфлікту. І коли йдеться мова про те, що, власне, Україна – це сіра зона, Україна – це, можливо, подальша реальне протистояння двох військових блоків, зокрема Північно-Атлантичного альянсу і НАТО, наша теза полягає в тому, що, власне, вступ України до НАТО – це локалізація конфлікту, тому що, власне, Україна розташовується на розломі геополітичних плит. Історично так склалося, що, власне, Україна завжди страждала від світових воєн, від набігів з боку кочівників з Азії. І, власне, якщо НАТО хоче зменшити майбутній фронт протистояння, в тому числі з Росією, власне, вступ України до НАТО він призведе до цього. Якщо ж цього не відбудеться, і, можливо, наприклад, всі ми маємо бути реалістами, Росія або ж за допомогою внутрішніх розмовів України, або ж безпосередньо захоплюють, власне, Україну, це призведе до того, що фронт протистояння Росії і країн-членів НАТО він буде розширений. Однак, якщо Україна вступає до НАТО, власне, конфлікт локалізується, фронт протистояння локалізується, і в майбутньому конфлікті, який, на нашу думку, є безповоротним, НАТО витратить менше ресурсів, в тому числі природних, людських і інших. Тобто локалізація конфлікту – це і вступ України до НАТО – це локалізація конфлікту, який в кінці кінців призведе лише, стане плюсом для НАТО. Дякую.
Дякую. Дякую. Наступна група, ваша теза. Одна теза. Наша теза. Угода з НАТО – це взаємовигідна угода, в якій Україна посилить колективну безпеку як геополітично, так і унікальним практичним досвідом закривання інноваційно та технологічно. Чи в когось є схожа
Отже, остання теза, яка в нас є, вона звучить так доволі пафосно, і це більш ідеологічна теза. Вона звучить як Україна – це, власне, місто Європи. І тут ми, власне, посилалися на роботу радника Джиммі Картера, 39-го президента США. Це радник з національної безпеки Збігнєв Бжезинський, який ще в 97-му році у своїй праці «Велика жахівниця» він писав про те, що, власне, Європа – це є основний політичний центр всього світу. І що Європа – це є, власне, основна політична арена, яка, де розвиваються всі ключові події. І ще в 97-му році він тоді сказав, що так чи інакше настане момент, коли Росія прийде на Україну, тому що Україна є цим останнім мостом, що стримує імперіалістичні ідеї Росії, що не дає Росії перекинутись на Європу. І тут мені здається, що оця вся ідеологія, що ось Україна – це є цей міст, що вона настільки потрібна для НАТО, тому що від неї залежить безпека і Європи, і світу. Ну, це наша фінальна теза.
Чудесно, несіть сюди, несіть і сюди, так? Сюди, в третій рядочок. Ваша група. Будь ласка.
Так, наша теза 2, вона, на нашу думку, мабуть, перекликається з передостанньою тезою про демократію, але я її озвучу і приймемо разом рішення, кажуть. Теза звучить так. Вагання щодо рішення про прийняття України в НАТО призводить до дисбалансу на користь авторитарних режимів. Дякую.
на кількох картках, які ви вважаєте найбільш, до речі, релевантними, які б ви хотіли передати генеральному секретарю НАТО. Будь ласка, голосуємо. Підходьте, не бійтеся. Відчуваєте дух демократії, правда, лібертарії.
економічний, соціальний, інформаційний та інших її складових. Крім того, вступ в ЄС дозволить нам відкрити нові можливості. Можливості безкордонних, розвитку економіки, соціальної сфери тощо.
Наступний момент – це є гармонізація законодавства. Про цей момент ми завжди наголошуємо. Мається на увазі саме привести українські норми у повну відповідність до стандартів Європейського Союзу. В свою чергу це включає такі моменти медіасередовища, що ми маємо забезпечити об'єктивність інформаційного простору та медіасвободу. Всі ми чули про наш телемарафон та критику з боку Європейської комісії стосовно цього. Це також є таким глобальним моментом. І якщо ми говоримо саме про гармонізацію нашого законодавства, то це і проведення інституційних реформ, але у певних часових визначених рамках. Це насамперед. І боротьба з корупцією, де ми маємо створити надійний механізм розслідування корупційних справ на найвищому рівні, зокрема. Це і прискорити реформи децентралізації, а також підвищити ефективність публічної служби. І останній момент, що стосується правової системи, саме посилити незалежність нашого судочинства, а також боротьбу з організованою злочинністю, яка наразі панує в нашій країні.
Є групи, дуже дякуємо за презентацію. Чи є група, яка працювала з темою НАТО, якісь такі додаткові побажання, які нам важливо включити в цей лист звернення до прем'єр-міністра? Окей, погоджуєтесь? Підходять? Все, добре. Тоді з цим ми вирішили. Тепер наша наступна презентація. Група ЄС, будь ласка, слухайте. Група ЄС. Група НАТО. А наша група ЄС, яка не знає, що вона працювала, зараз послухає і якщо є ідеї, так само будемо додавати. Знов таки повторююся, що це ідеї, це не готові тексти, тому не судіть строго. Так, загалом ми дуже активно працювали і ми можемо представити вам наші 3 тези щодо чому Україна вже має бути в НАТО. По-перше, ми всі визнаємо, що існує прецедент, за яким Україна може претендувати на вступ
сказати про інноваційність і взагалі важливість військового індустріального комплексу. І НАТО фактично отримує вже найбільш натреновану, досвідчену і бойовим досвідом армію взагалі в Європі, хіба не в всьому світі. Тому як такий аргумент може бути потужний.
Дякую. Дякую. Занотовано. Так, ще, будь ласка, 30 секунд.
Так, у мене два поінти. Перший був затверджений, запропонований так званим планом перемоги нашого президента, який сказав, що власне український контингент можна використовувати по всій території Європи, так розумію, що не тільки. Тобто замінити американський контингент заради того, аби зараз переконати країн НАТО, щоб вони принаймні дали запрошення на службу. Тобто, відповідно, ми розуміємо, що американці не тішені до тих американського регіону, відповідно, і тому ми замінимо їх, що було сказано. І також друге, це ми розуміємо, що західні країни досить цинічні, і ми маємо і самі в 22 році в Мадриді вони визнали Росію довгостроковою загрозою їхній безпеці. І відповідно ми розуміємо, що їх варто переконати, що вступ України до НАТО буде дешевше для того, щоб інтегрувати Україну, ніж знову ж таки допустити можливість нової війни за кілька років після того, як закінчиться це.
Дякую. Ще будете? Все? Супер. Я думаю, що ми можемо собі поаплодувати. Я вам дуже дякую за цю роботу, за ваші зусилля. І ми ідеально вклалися в таймінг. У нас навіть ще є 5 хвилин. 6 навіть, ну все, гуляємо. Насправді, по третій у нас буде продовжуватися програма, так? Так. Тому якщо технічна перерва треба, до речі, нам теж можна вийти і так повернути. Це особливо дівчата. Гендерне питання, як завжди. Повернути так до зручності. От. І в третій ми продовжуємо. Дякую вам ще раз.
Давайте не розходитися, справді, кому хочеться вийти, є ці 5 хвилин, тому що наша наступна панельна дискусія буде присвячена події, яка наступного тижня нас чекає і яка, вочевидь, доленосна не тільки для України, не тільки для тієї країни, де вона відбувається. Про що я говорю? Ну, хто розуміє? Вибори в Сполучених Штатах, правильно. І, власне, будуть про це говорити люди, які безпосередньо на цьому знаються. Це і спеціальний представник уряду США в Україні у 17-19 роках, і директор Євразійського центру, і посол США в Україні у 2003-2006. Тому я вам дуже раджу дуже швидко повернутися назад на свої місця, тому що рівно о 15-й ми цю панельну дискусію розпочнемо. Тобто є 5 хвилин і робота продовжиться. Наступна панельна дискусія буде відбуватися англійською мовою, і через тут теж буде мова спілкування, у тому числі англійська, тому якщо вам потрібен переклад, зараз є кілька хвилин, аби взяти навушнички і, власне, слухати, розуміти те, про що йдеться найближчі подбайте про переклад для себе, якщо є така потреба. Я думаю, що ви вже знаєте, де брати їх, але про всяк випадок там на вході до кімнати із кави-паузою лежать ці навушнички, можете зараз їх собі підхопити.
That the Atlantic Council is a partner for this forum, and it has been wonderful to work with the organizers, but also to meet you all. You inspire me, and thank you for everything you're doing and for teaching me, and thank you to the KSF team for including the Atlantic Council. All right, so I have the privilege and also the anxiety of covering two important topics today. One that I know is top of mind for everyone because everyone that I've spoken to has asked me about it. So first we will cover the upcoming US elections, and then we'll turn to Reconstruction. So I think are my online panelists online? On approach, okay. Well, they already know their profiles, so I will introduce them while they're getting connected. And I know that one of them is my boss, and he's very sorry that he could not be here today. But he sent me in his place, so hopefully good. But so our panelists today to cover the US elections are a wonderful group, and hopefully they can answer our questions and give us some clarity, though I think we need to wait until next week to know exactly what it will look like. But we'll be joined online by Ambassador John Herbst, the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and a former US Ambassador to Ukraine, as well as Ambassador Kurt Volker, a former US Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations and a distinguished fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis, and last but not least, Brian Whitmore, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and an assistant professor of practice at the University of Texas, Arlington. Are you guys online? I will warn you that Ambassador Herbst has to leave a little bit early, but it's not because of the exasperation of the topic, but rather because he's in London doing another event. Brian, I can see you. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. 2 more are coming. Great. Okay. Brian, thank you for joining us. You have the
Thank you.
easy topic of the U.S. elections. So let's get you started. Brian is one of the Russia experts at the Atlantic Council. So he helps us follow everything Russia. So Brian, I'll turn to you asking, how would you expect a Harris administration or a Trump administration to differ on U.S. policy toward Russia? What are their different views and how might that manifest in their policy?
Well, thank you, Shelby, and hello, good afternoon, everybody in Kyiv. It's morning here in Washington. I've actually been thinking about this a bit, and as I read Bob Woodward's recent book, War, which kind of looked behind the scenes at Biden's policy in the run-up to the war, it fleshed out something, the way I've been thinking about this. And I mean, when you look at Biden was a product of the late Cold War. And the name of the game in the late Cold War was don't escalate with Russia. And this is largely driving, I think, a lot of Biden's approach to Ukraine is this fear of escalation. I suspect that a Harris administration is going to be a little bit different here. Maybe this is wishful thinking on my part, but I think a Harris administration, she's from a younger generation. She comes from a prosecutorial background. I mean, the way I look at this is Harris is a prosecutor and Putin is a criminal. And I think she's going to approach it that way. So her rhetoric certainly suggests that we might see, and again, this could be wishful thinking on my part, but we could see a more forward-looking foreign policy from Harris, particularly with regard to Russia. Her rhetoric regarding the war has certainly been quite strong and quite robust. So I expect a Harris administration to be more hawkish than Biden. Trump, where do I begin? Well, one thing we learned from Trump's first term in office is that his policy is completely untethered from any process. The interagency process notoriously didn't work, was inoperable during the Trump presidency. So therefore, Trump's approach to Ukraine is going to be, I hate to say it, but very, very unpredictable and very chaotic. His rhetoric and the rhetoric of the vice president or the presidential candidates, J.D. Vance, certainly suggests that he is coming from this tradition of American isolationism, this pre-World War II tradition of American isolationism. He certainly seems, I don't want to say hostile to Ukraine, but certainly not sympathetic to it. His rhetoric, and neither Trump nor Vance's rhetoric suggests that. So that gives me cause for concern now. Though the answer, the counterpoint to that is that, you know, the foreign policy establishment will drive him toward a more traditional Atlanticist American foreign policy. I would like to believe that, but honestly I don't. Honestly, I don't. I mean, when Trump became president the first time, he didn't know how to drive the car. This time he knows how to drive the car. And if you read Project 2025 and other kind of foreign policy documents about this administration, they certainly are not Atlanticists. Now, it'll be very difficult for a Trump administration to withdraw from NATO, but at the same time, he doesn't have to withdraw from NATO. He just has to stop paying attention to it, right? So that's kind of my top line thoughts. I'd be happy to kind of go into more detail. We know from Bob Woodward's book how many times since leaving office that Putin has spoken to Vladimir Putin. We know this, right? That should cause anybody a bit of concern. We know people who are close to him, like Elon Musk, have also spoken to Putin many times. again, this gives me a lot of pause. So to kind of my top line take on this is I expect a traditional American Atlanticist approach from the Harris administration, a traditionally pro-Ukraine approach, perhaps more forward-leaning than we've seen from the Biden administration, because I do not expect the kind of late Cold War focus on not escalating. I don't expect to see that from Harris. So I'm cautiously optimistic about a Harris administration's approach to Ukraine, and I'm deeply pessimistic about a Trump administration's approach to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I see we've been joined by our ambassadors. Thank you for joining us. You missed my very generous, kind introduction of you. So, Ambassador Herbst, I will turn over to you. You hear an air of hesitation and anxiety, which I've heard here in Kyiv as well. So, what is your expectation for how either a Harris or Trump administration would lead on U.S. policy toward Ukraine? How do you expect each of the candidates or incoming administrations to support or not support Ukraine with weapons and with other forms of necessary aid?
I hope Brian is right about Harris, but I'm not as optimistic as he is. So far, we've seen no distance between Harris or Biden on Ukraine. What Harris has done is she's wrapped herself around Biden's policy and described it as tough compared with the popular view of a Trump administration that might throw Ukraine under the bus. Unfortunately, no reporter has asked her if she would move beyond the timidity of Biden's administration in arming and allowing Ukraine to use American arms on Russian territory. That would be actually a useful contribution by journalists to the foreign policy discussion. And I think her team will have very much similar views to the team that Biden's has. But again, we'll see. On the Trump side, I think there are two very real possibilities. Brian described one of them, which is essentially leave Ukraine in the lurch. And then the other, and there are people in the Trump camp associated with that. But then there are people around Trump. I'm thinking of Pompeo, I'm thinking of O'Brien, and also of rumored possible cabinet members, Haggerty and Cotton, who do not want to be played for a patsy by Putin and would continue American support for Ukraine and probably remove the self-deterrence has been a sad aspect of Biden's foreign policy. So I suspect either we get more of the same or we get either truly a problematic policy which ensures not just the Ukrainian defeat, but also a disaster for American power and prestige, or a policy which is actually stronger than the current.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Herbst. Now, Ambassador Volker, feel free to add anything on those, especially if you have anything more optimistic. But I'll also ask you, how do you see Ukraine's NATO accession fitting into any new administration's plans? And what, if anything, do you think either future administration would plan regarding negotiations or a ceasefire in Ukraine?
Well, thank you very much, Shelby. And even though I didn't hear it, thank you for the very kind introduction, which I have no doubt you made. Thank you. And I saw Arseniy in the audience there. Very good to see you as well. And I noticed the sign on the podium there, Gen W, which if I were making these things up, I would make it Gen WTF, but it is what it is. As far as your question goes, I think the summary of what we just heard from John and from Brian is there's no great outcome. There's also no catastrophic outcome. And the thing I would add to what John said about Trump, and he's right, there are some people around Trump who are very robust in their thinking about Ukraine, and there are some people who are not. But I think he's driven mostly by personal feelings, personal motivations. And the thing that would most speak to him is not wanting to be a failure. He doesn't want Ukraine to be a failure on his watch and for him to be responsible for it. And he looks at Afghanistan as kind of a benchmark for that. He wanted to get out of Afghanistan. He basically agreed with Biden that, this is not a long-term American interest. We shouldn't be there. But he didn't actually pull out. because he saw what a catastrophe it would be, and people briefed him on that and said, this is what's going to happen if you do this. And so he always said no. He always said, nah, we're not going to do that. And then when we did pull out of Afghanistan under Biden and Trump saw that, I think it reinforced in his mind, he made the right call. He did not do this. And I think it's going to be similar with Ukraine, is that he's not going to want to see Ukraine fail. Now, beyond that, there is the dynamic of what we call peace through strength. He always accuses Biden of being weak, and that the whole reason this war broke out in Ukraine is American weakness. And so he needs to reestablish a position of strength. I suspect what he will do is on day one, and that may be the day after the election, next week, he may just pick up the phone and call Putin and say, you have until January 20th, you end the war. You just do it. And if not, we're going to give Ukraine whatever they need. I think that's quite possible. It's not guaranteed. We don't know that for sure. It could be the opposite, or it could be in January. But I think he needs to establish a position of strength in order to gain respect and in order to convince Putin that he has to end the war, because I think he does understand that the only reason there is a war is because this is Putin's desire, Putin's wish to do this. Now, to your question, Shelby, about NATO, here is how I think about that. You have a situation where you're going to face a lot of pressure in 2025 to stop the fighting. There'll be a ceasefire somewhere. There will be territory occupied by Russia somewhere. There will be Western support for Ukraine. But what prevents this from just turning into the next war, which is what happened after 2014? And I think what NATO does is it establishes the notion of permanent peace. It establishes a deterrent effect on Russia so that wherever the war is over, then that's it. Then we bring Ukraine into NATO and in the European Union. We deter Russia. We prevent future war. And this has to be done on a basis in which our European allies pay 80% of it. It's the normal NATO cost share. That strikes me as realistic. Now, getting everybody there, getting the Germans there, getting the Hungarians there, getting some Republicans there, getting some Democrats there, there'll be work to do. But I think that is the thing that makes the most sense if we want to get out of having to worry about war in Ukraine and start focusing on other issues in the world, including China, which is where I think a Trump administration will want to go. So I see it happening. I actually see a lot of this happening in 2025 under a Trump administration. And just a word about Harris. I was very encouraged to hear Brian's words about President Harris. I've not heard any of that from her. It's possible. She has not spoken about it. And my gut tells me that she is less comfortable with foreign policy than Biden. She has less experience than Biden. And she will want to just continue as is. But if there's any move in the direction that Brian suggested, I think that would be very positive.
Thank you, Ambassador Volker. And you missed it, but WTF went over well with the crowd. Ambassador Herbst, I know you have to drop shortly, but one more question for you before you go. Hearing all of this and taking it into consideration, do you have any advice for Ukrainians in the government and outside for how to deal with any future administration and Congress regarding their policies towards Ukraine and Russia?
Been in a difficult position vis-a-vis American politics and its impact on foreign policy. Going back to Zelensky's first or second year in office, and I think Zelensky and his team have done a pretty good job managing this extremely difficult situation. And they've done that by constant outreach to both political parties, whether it's at the presidential level or at the congressional level. They have built on the natural support they found, especially in Congress. And they've had to push, we're now talking principally about, well, first they had to manage the issue of candidate Biden while Trump was president
And they did that, again, rather well, given how problematic it was. They didn't burn bridges with either party. And they've had to deal with the problem of Biden's timidity as they work Congress to get more advanced weapons, which the administration has always been reluctant to send. So I would just say, please continue the outreach. Zelensky did that when he came here in September, and I think we'll see more of it. But much of this is actually beyond control of Ukraine and even its very efficient leadership when it comes to managing this question.
Great, thank you. And
with that, I have to sign off. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's good seeing some of my friends in the audience, and of course, Brian and Kurt.
Thank you
and
very
you,
much.
Course.
All right. Ambassador Volker, I'd actually like to pitch the same question to you. Would you have any advice for Ukrainians in government and outside for how to deal with the future administration?
Yes. I think it's very simple, and it is what Ukrainians already do. So it's not that hard. It is, don't make any assumptions. You don't know what a Harris administration or a Trump administration, the president, is going to do. Don't make any assumptions.
Okay.
Do your own homework. Don't wait, no, there's 3 points.
Okay.
Do your own homework, which is, understand your capabilities, understand your strengths, understand your weaknesses, understand what's happening around you. Do your own homework and figure out what you want to do. What is your goal? How do you want to go about it? Be prepared. So don't make any assumptions. Do your own homework. And then third is be proactive. Go and propose things. Don't wait. Don't wait for the United States to show up. Don't wait for Western Europe to show up. Go and be proactive and propose things. Because people will respond to that, and they will respond to the idea that you know what you're doing and you have a plan. It's not necessarily easy. It's not necessarily going to be the decisive formula, but it's a way of handling things that gets the most out of your partners, even if they're a little bit reluctant.
Thank you very much. All right, Brian, I want to take it back to Russia with apologies for doing so, but can you tell us what comments, if any, Putin has made towards Harris and toward Trump that could indicate what a Russian policy toward the U.S. would be under the two possible administrations? Are you muted?
Sorry about that. The old man had trouble with the tech. Thank you, Shelby. I mean, of course, early on, there were these comments from Putin that he preferred Harris, which, quite frankly, I took as classic Putin trolling. How do you know Putin's lying? His lips are moving, right? My way of approaching this is don't look at what Putin says, look at what Russia does. And I don't think I have to tell a room full of Ukrainians this as well. I mean, if you look at the actions of Russia during this campaign, we've seen so far 2 disinformation campaigns that have been uncovered by U.S. intelligence and attributed to Russia. One of them attacking the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, claiming falsely in a false video that he abused one of his students when he was a high school teacher. And then there was a second one about illegal immigrants voting in elections, one showing some alleged illegal immigrants, allegedly Haitians, claiming how easy it was to vote in the election. This just broke yesterday. So if we look at what Russia is doing, what they are doing is trying to assist the Trump campaign, similar to what they did back in 2016. And I think this should come as no surprise to anybody, given the contacts between Trump and Putin since Trump has left office, given the contacts between Elon Musk and Putin since he's left office, and some of the rhetoric that's coming out of the administration, but also looking back at just traditional Russian foreign policy interests, right? Russia wants to create chaos in Western countries. And that means supporting either anything out of the mainstream, whether it be of the left or the right. If there were a left-wing version of Trump on the scene, Russia would be supporting that person, because anything that creates chaos, anything that breaks out of the mainstream, the Russians don't want a traditional Atlanticist American foreign policy. They don't want Harris. They also wouldn't have wanted Nikki Haley. They didn't want Marco Rubio. They didn't want Jeb Bush. Anything that falls into this traditional bipartisan Atlanticist foreign policy for the Russians is bad. And anything that's chaotic is good. So I would again be very suspicious at best of interpreting Putin's remarks months ago that he preferred Harris, which I found kind of laughable. There is kind of a narrative out there that the Russians would prefer Harris because they think she would be weaker. I don't buy that. Harris falls into this kind of centrist, bipartisan, mainstream, Atlanticist U.S. foreign policy, which Russia doesn't like. And the way this has been explained to me by my Russian sources going back years reporting in Russia and on Russia, is that the Kremlin tends to prefer Republicans. That might sound counterintuitive, and I think Ambassador Volker might maybe gently push back on this a little bit, but this is the way it was explained to me by somebody in the Russian foreign policy establishment, saying we prefer Republicans because it's just basically two tough guys making a deal. The Democrats get all kind of wrapped up in all this human rightsy international law stuff. And with Republicans, we can just sit down and be two tough guys making a deal. And I think that generally tracks with me. But this is not a traditional Republican we're seeing here. And this is something that would provoke chaos coming, in the event of a Trump election. So I think it's very, very, very clear to me. And I haven't even gotten into what we see in Russian media, in Russian state media, and how they are presenting Harris in such a negative light and how they tend to present Trump in a very positive light. You see Trump surrogates like J.D. Vance, of course, appearing on Russian state television. It's not too much of a mystery to me what the Russians prefer.
Thank you very much, Brian. And Ambassador Volker, I will give you the opportunity if you want to respond or add to anything with that or final words.
I'm going to get explained now.
There's one dimension to this that Brian did not fully discuss, which is the use of power. It's the exercise of American power in the world. And this is one where I think it is true that the Biden administration was not comfortable with the exercise of American power. In fact, wanted to pull the U.S. back from the world, for instance, from Afghanistan. And I think that a Trump administration, or at least President Trump personally, is going to be very comfortable with the exercise of power when he chooses to use it. So, and we saw this, for example, when they took out Soleimani, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, use of tariffs against even allies, because we feel that, or Trump felt that we're being treated unfairly in trade. But what those things speak to is a psychological dimension that says, I'm willing to act, I am willing to exercise power. And in some ways, this is something that Putin understands a lot better and can deal with than somebody who he sees as weak. If he sees somebody as weak, then Putin will be unrestrained and just keep going and going and going. And with somebody like former President Trump, he's going to recognize someone who's willing to actually use power when needed. So he's going to pay attention to that a little bit differently. That's the only dimension. I think Brian described it well otherwise, but I do think there's a degree to which a Trump presidency will be one that Putin recognizes as having power and the ability to use power that will cause Russia to think, or Putin to think, a little bit differently.
Okay, I think we'll take those as our final words. Thank you both for covering this anxiety-inducing but important topic.
It's been a pleasure to see you guys, and I wish everybody in Kyiv well. Stay strong, stay safe, and good luck.
Thank you both. All right, so one topic down. Now we'll turn to another. I believe we know that the U.S. elections will likely impact Ukraine's future, but another important topic for the future and for youth in your participation is reconstruction. So Gen W reconstruction. So I have an amazing panel for you with our speakers who are mostly here in person and one, I believe, joining us online. And it's my pleasure to introduce them. So online, we will have Minister Natalie JARESKO, a former Minister of Finance of Ukraine and a distinguished fellow with the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. And then joining us in person, and I'll ask you to come to the stage, is Ambassador Roman Waszuk, Ukraine's business ombudsman and a former Canadian ambassador to Ukraine. Minister JARESKO, thank you very much for joining us. Also joining us in person is Kirilo Krivolap, co-founder of the NGO Center for Economic Recovery. Ivan Nagornyak, associate partner with Savita Consulting. Mikhailina Skorik, former deputy mayor of the Bucha City Council and a member of the Irpin City Council. And last but not least, Dr. Christina Hook, non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Thank you very much for joining us. Minister JARESKO, we'll start with you. Could you please provide us with a big picture overview of how the reconstruction process looks right now? What is the best strategy to move forward in Ukraine's reconstruction efforts, and what's the role that youth play or should be playing in this process?
I think we start with basically the estimates of damage. The estimates of damage are done annually by the World Bank, published the last one in March of 2024, estimated about $500 billion of damage, $468 billion. And that is the estimate for the massive destruction of the electricity system here and all the additional destruction that's been done since then. You can imagine that the size of this project, the size of needs for Ukraine is going to be upwards of $1 trillion, depending on how long this war lasts. I think the second major thing to remember is that there is a donor coordination platform with the largest donors present, that's the G7, as well as the international financial institutions. So there is some formal coordination happening, although it is not a Marshall Plan type of approach. It's not a directed execution of a plan. It's coordination of a variety of approaches. The third thing I'd say is that you need to remember that there are some very large donors that really are putting the bulk of the capital into this process. And those are the international financial banks, the European Investment Bank, EBRD, the Council of Europe Development Bank, the World Bank, and all of that money is in the form of loans. And I think it's important to note that because we talk about decentralization and access to capital. Those institutions, which are providing the largest amount of capital, are doing it in the form of debt. Of course, the United States, the European Union, Netherlands, Denmark, many, many countries are part of this community of Ukraine supporters and do their support in different ways. And there are different models for this. So besides the loans, USAID, for example, does a great deal of support for Ukraine in the form of in-kind contributions, generators and other electricity equipment right now focused on the electricity situation. And a third way, for example, would be the way Denmark operates with Mykolaiv region. They've built a supervisory council. They have representatives of the central government, the regional government, the local government, as well as the business community and civil society, all participating in planning and developing the next steps for reconstruction of Mykolaiv. Two things in addition that I'll mention in general, there is a new public investment management process in government. It's just started with the Strategic Investment Council. And that means that there is an attempt to prioritize at least public sector, if not also private sector projects, with kind of what is important today, what's going to give us the greatest economic benefit, and what aligns with our overall strategy of rebuilding the country. And finally, the DREAM system that was put in place by the Ministry of recovery and civil society is extremely important in being a tool for donors to see what projects are being proposed, but also for civil society, for all of you, to look at what the progress of these projects is. In terms of the role of youth, this is your future. This is your lifetimes. And it is going to be a long process, and you are going to lead it. So how you engage in it depends on how you prepare for it. There are so many opportunities that it's so abundant, the potential is so great, that I can't tell you what to study and what to learn. You need to dive into what you believe in, whether that's project planning, whether that's architecture, whether that's energy efficiency, whether it's construction. You name it, and all of those skill sets, all of those expertise are going to be necessary. You need to take this time to learn from other experiences, whether it's the Marshall Plan or whether it's post-disaster recovery in other countries, and then build upon that experience to create the best possible Ukrainian model for this reconstruction. I think you're doing it also at a time when the entire legal system is going to be changing, because we're going to be joining the EU and adopting European standard regulation and laws. So it's all going to be in flux and all going to require great focus from you, great action from you, and great leadership from you. I think it's an opportunity for this generation that is amazingly positive, given where it all begins in this horrible war. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister JARESKO. And if you were here, I know you would feel very confident about some of the youth that are certainly going to be helping with Ukraine's reconstruction. All right, Ambassador Waszczuk, we'll turn to you. How would you evaluate the business climate in Ukraine in terms of reconstruction? And what are the best ways for businesses to become meaningfully involved in Ukraine's reconstruction? What opportunities are there?
Well, I think in reconstruction, there are almost like two Ukraines. There is government, local government Ukraine, which by and large is keen on reconstruction. There are lots of initiatives to move it forward, especially the kind of short-term reconstruction needs that are happening now while warfare, military activity is still happening. On the other hand, there is fiscal and law enforcement Ukraine, which is essentially causing trouble for people who are working in what you might describe as Ukraine A versus Ukraine B. But there are also major legacy regulatory problems that are acting as traps for companies that, from the private sector, that are entering this market. As an example, Ukraine has regulated prices for how much you can pay construction workers on a project. These prices are regulated at a level set by the state statistics committee, which do not represent actual wages. You cannot hire anyone to work for these prices, which means then that the construction company, in order to be able to pay people twice as much as they officially can charge, have to park that charge somewhere else in the contract. But then Ukraine's anti-corruption initiatives come and say, ha-ha, you have overpaid for the asphalt. I could have bought that paint at Epicenter more cheaply. What is this? So these things need to be synchronized before they catch more and more companies, municipalities, regional authorities in their in these traps. Looking out at this crowd of keen young people, I'd be interested in asking, how many of you have studied project management? Okay, that's already good. There need to be 2 or 3 times more in this crowd. That is the #1 need, I think, in Ukraine now. Project management expertise, because it's not just national level, it is regional level. It is every municipality needs people who can write, package, monitor, deliver projects. And so, you know, even if you studied musical theory, think project management. That is a national need, and I know donors are also helping to roll out training programs in this area, but it is absolutely crucial. And as you think about these things, identify what are the roadblocks. You can send them to us. We have a new section at the Business Ombudsman Council devoted to the questions of reconstruction and how we clean up messes and how we act preemptively to make sure that we change regulations in Ukraine so that they are friendlier for both Ukrainian domestic and for international companies willing to work in this environment. And again, that means things like recognizing certification. Can a Belgian engineer work on a project in Ukraine without going to Ukrainian university and getting his degree all over again? These are the sorts of things you need to fix so that all of you and all of your international partners can be fully engaged і не зароблять собі на кримінальні справи в тому процесі. Так що це важливо.
So this is important, as some of my acquaintances were told when they joined the Ukrainian government. The main thing is not to be prosecuted. So people should invest and come into this market without being afraid for the consequences for themselves.
Kirilo, turning to you. Your organization provides a platform for the development of analytical documents and strategies to approach key development areas in Ukraine, including in economic and energy sectors. What are your recommendations for Ukraine's recovery process in the context of your organization's work?
I've been working with the government quite a lot. Our center was established in 2020 as a response for COVID pandemic. So we went through COVID, we went through invasion. I've been advisor to the Prime Minister since 2020 till just recently. And I would focus your attention on actually three domains, three directions which disturb us quite a lot. And first is that, just for your understanding, like before the invasion, our state budget plus pension fund plus state expenses was around $80 billion just to sustain the country, just to operate. Now we'll have additional charges. We'll have additional costs on social expenses, on army, on recovery, and we estimate that our minimum need for this budget and pension fund expenses will be at least $113 billion. And to sustain these budget expenses, the state expenses, we need to have GDP of like $300+ billion, which is like much higher than 200 that we had prior to the invasion. So we need to double our GDP in reality, and this will require a totally different approach. Good news is that tendency of nearshoring, tendency of companies escaping Asia, not because of economic reasons, but because of geopolitical and security reasons, is a good idea for us, because Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine are the new tigers, new economic tigers in this region. So we need to think of it and create conditions for it. But talking about conditions, one of our founders of the center, Easy Business think tank, did a study on economic index for rule of law. So everybody speaks about the rule of law, but what's the weight of it? What's the cost of it? And we can prove that we have 58% of normality in our sphere of rule of law when we compare ourselves to our neighbors and developed European countries. And this costs us alone, not even talking about reforms, up to $45 billion, just the absence of rule of law, just because some investors have the cases which you described. A third issue would be about human capital. It's already not a news that we lost too many people as forced migrants, but we calculated that to double GDP in 10 years, to have sustainable state, we will require from 3.5 to 4.5 million people, actually. It's besides those who will return from the West to Ukraine. And we need to reconsider our migration policy. Are we okay with labor migrants? Nobody talks about that. Are we okay with multiple citizenship, about multiple passports for Ukrainians? So these are the topics which we need to think, and how to make Ukraine actually a beautiful country which will be attractive for people. And the other way is not just to look for these 3 million people of extra working hands, but think of productivity. And if we speak about productivity, we speak about investments, and we are coming back to climate and rule of law and all the other things. And of course security, which is above all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ivan, we'll turn to you. So you work on the issues that Ukraine must tackle as an essential component of European integration. How do you view Ukraine's recovery process in the context of what Ukraine must achieve for European integration? And what benefits or challenges exist on this path to integration?
For me? Okay. Thank you very much for your question. And I'll start from the point that we have right now a special window of opportunity. I believe that this generation that is here, the audience of this conference, is the generation of the people who will live in Ukraine as a member of the European Union. And I believe that from your efforts to support this process, it also will have an effect on the time frame when we will become the EU members. So I would say that this process, we had several kind of like studies related to this, and this process is like has several dimensions. The first is the political dimension. And this dimension is the kind of like, from the first hand, it's the most important one. Because all of the EU member states has to vote for the new member to come. But from another point of view, there is also the legal dimension, the legal approximation. And here, a lot of you has to have a special expertise in EU acquis, in each of the chapter, and your support for this process is very crucial, because right now, as you could see, government is struggling for the new blood in this process, and I would say that here is the strategy how you could deliver. Another point of view is this economic recovery, and EU will be the main partner for Ukraine in this process. So, as Roman Vashuk said, you have to be very good in project management and to work with the EU counterparts to deliver those projects and to develop them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kirilla, did you want to add anything on that? You looked like you were ready, but if not, we'll move on. No? Okay. All right. Ms. Skorik, turning to you. So, as we all know, unfortunately, Irpin and Bucha suffered tremendously from Russian aggression back in 2022. Can you tell us how the recovery process is going in these cities? And in addition to the reconstruction of the infrastructure, how are you working with communities to heal trauma that resulted from the aggression?
Thank you for your question. I could continue what Roman Vashuk says, that we need you locally. Because what we saw in Bucha and Irpin, two cities where very tough fight like battle for Kyiv took place in February and March 2022. We saw such a big level of destroyment that even now, 2.5 years, Irpin is still recovering and rebuilding. For example, from 40 houses, apartment houses, which were completely destroyed and demolished now, no one has started to be rebuilt. Why? Because we feel like not only lack of resources, but lack of project managers who could help city council to invite donors, to negotiate with partners, to work with big companies and international donors to fundraise money to rebuild. And we saw the occupation only 1 month, in March 2022, and still need outside support, long-time support to be properly recovered. Can you imagine the situation where, like in Kherson region or Kharkiv region, where cities under the battle and under the fight and under the shelling every day? So the request for the proper managers is huge. And you are the generation, we are expected to work not only globally with Euro integration, but also locally. And we will be very grateful if someone could join local teams and help us. I'll tell you my story. I was responsible for the digitalization in Bucha City Council in January 2022. And we were working on smart city plans, like digital tools, how to implement them with our not very digital stuff, in fact, because like the most digitalized tool we used in Bucha City Council was Viber chat. And you could imagine how to transform from Viber chat to, at least for some CRM, modern CRM system. And I failed my mission because instead of digitalization, we were working on recovery in city without electricity, gas, water supply. That's what Russian army left us after 1 month of occupation. We worked with a digital database of imprisoned civilians, which were captured by Russian soldiers, and they are still in Russian and prisons and on occupied territories of Ukraine. We were digitalizing databases of killed people to verify the reason of death and who did, to help investigators to find who did that and to punish. So quite different what we expected before the full-scale invasion. But that's the job we have to do during the war as well. I could also say that now I left my position as deputy mayor in Bucha, and we work with a local NGO, Institute for Sustainable Development Communities, and this NGO is encouraging project management and is creating project management groups to help communities such like Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, Borodyanka, the most suffered communities of Kyiv region to recover. And we also did an investigation on how business is doing 2 years after the recovery process started in our communities, and we discovered very interesting thing, that business is alive, business is operating, and number 1 and number 2 position is taking not construction business as before full-scale invasion, but IT technologies. So request for the technologies and technological solutions is huge as well in our communities. And I want to add one more important thing, that we see also in city councils a lot of young people who could speak English and who could negotiate with donors. Of course, the salaries is not so high as at business companies, but that investment in the country, and we see that young people who are coming back from Germany, Poland, after being evacuated there, are taking big responsibility for their recovery. And that's very important, and that's very inspiring. And we believe that together, and that more your generation than ours could stand on justice, on the proper recovery and the future development at the community level. Bucha and Irpin became famous. For example, I've met Bono from U2 as a part of delegation to Bucha. We meet a lot of high officials, like the Secretary of NATO, the previous Secretary, he was in Bucha, the Princess from UK royal family. So our region is open to the world, and we think that that opens a great opportunity to work locally as well. And we believe that you will believe us and join the local teams for your future career as well.
Thank you very much for sharing about your important work and that story. Dr. Hook, one of the long-term impacts of Russia's violence will be the trauma that is imposed on Ukraine's young people, and we've heard a bit about that today. So we know a variety of the traumas that children and young people have experienced, and what would you say for how justice and recovery for Ukraine's youth should be incorporated into reconstruction efforts?
Thank you. It is an honor to be here. And the question I'm really being asked is about social reconstruction. So I wanted to talk together a little bit about what that means, and at the end, why it matters so much, even financially, for Ukraine. So I think that, first of all, it involves facing some hard truths. A lot of my work is now documenting atrocity crimes. It's engaging these legal practices that we had a panel on today. So those processes are absolutely essential. They're a big part of my life and my work. But for you, as Ukraine's young leaders, it's also facing the hard truth that those courtroom systems are never going to be enough. That even the verdicts we all hope for will not push a button and heal those wounds. And that courtroom systems aren't intended to be these arbiters of truth. And so that has to happen also outside of the courtroom system, and that also will be led by you. So facing that hard truth, that is something that society will face as part of it, facing also the hard truth of what Russia came here to do, this genocidal war, destructive intent. I think I don't have to convince you. This is more something that I speak with international audiences about. But I think also understanding that and keeping it in mind, not to be afraid, but to be resolved, and to understand where the threats come from, to understand that, that Russia would be very interested in unhealed social issues and unhealed social trauma, things like that. And so I think that you will be the leaders of Ukraine's social healing, of Ukraine's social reconstruction. And I think it's worth pausing for a minute to just think about trauma. Trauma sometimes has a lot of opinions around it, sometimes even stigma. And I've heard from friends and colleagues here questions that I think are really important. Questions like, if we focus on trauma, do we only claim the massive victims? Does that really help us? And so what I think is more productive is to just approach trauma in a medical and a scientific way. And to say, like, what is trauma? In a medical and a scientific way, trauma is a moral and a psychological injury, and it sometimes has physical effects, but it's an injury just like any others. And it is distinguished from stress, usually due to its intensity or its duration. So we can think about stress as a bruise, and we can think about trauma as a break. So when the bone is broken, things are different now. And what that means is that the old coping strategies might not work, and the quest for this new equilibrium begins. And I think it's very important for you to hear said from a scientific point of view that a lot of the things that you've experienced, a lot of the things you might have felt or people you know who might have felt are established in scientific literature. We know that trauma creates new needs. And these aren't desires, these aren't things that are nice to have, these are things that we view as needs. These needs are things like justice, safety, vindication, answers, empowerment. So all of that is needs, and not just for yourself, but for all the communities that you'll serve. So approaching it in this way. And I was really thinking that we have this case in Ukraine's history. We have the case of the Holodomor, where the repression of the truth by the Stalinist regime and the infliction of unhealed trauma on Ukrainian survivors led to a lot of negative consequences. And now we're in free Ukraine, and so the truth can be faced and this trauma can be healed, that we have a new path forward, but I think that it begins in the communities, and that's why you'll need to be the leaders here. And, I have been in Lviv for several months with the Index Institute, and I've had really the privilege of going to places like the Superhuman Center or Unbroken, where we're working on other types of wounds. And it was really impressive to me how one of the key roles for people there are people who have gone through the process of rehabilitation with their prosthetic, and they stay on as staff. And they walk people through coming after them with a similar type of injury. And it's both meaningful for them. Their healing process is meaningful as they share it with others. And so I think that that is your role, just modeling this matter of fact. I kept looking at Open Ukraine, being open about trauma, that we can be very matter of fact about it and why it's important and why we need to face it. And I promised, to just sort of drive this home that it's not really a fluffy topic, that there's even some financial data that we know about it. I worked on a research project in Bosnia-Herzegovina 10 years after the war on this topic of trauma. And we found that unhealed trauma in that context was very, very impactful in 3 specific areas: that it affected people's economic decision-making and their spending habits, that it impacted some of the points of contention and conflict within their society, and that it led to institutional vulnerabilities. One specific data point is among 300 people who had experienced trauma due to that war with no possibility of it being treated or acknowledged at all, 84% of them 10 years later still had symptoms of PTSD. And we don't want any of the communities we serve to suffer in that way. And it also had a financial cost. There was about more than 1,000 euros more in the financial costs associated for people who had those continuing health impacts due to that. So I think, as we're looking at this brick and mortar reconstruction, it's essential. People have physical needs too. But remembering that we can't just kick it down the road for later to think about social reconstruction and to look at it in a very matter-of-fact way without stigma. I think that is the job of your generation. And I sort of look out at this crowd, and I think that, again, that this is an area where you will model not just for your country, but model for the world this type of progress in this area that we've talked about throughout these past 2 days, that Ukraine is innovating in the time of war. And I think that this social reconstruction and bringing it in from the start is going to be a point of innovation.
Thank you very much. Minister JARESKO, I'd like to go back to you. So the next Ukraine Recovery Conference will be held this July in Rome. Can you talk about if youth have been involved in any of the past conferences? And if not, how could they be involved in the upcoming conference? We might need you to unmute.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Youth have been involved in the conferences, but not as a specific category or as a specific focus, from what I've seen and experienced. So to the extent that any of the young adults here are engaged with communities, engaged with NGOs or businesses, then they are participating. I have not heard that there will be a different focus, a youth focus in Rome as well. That agenda is developed between the 2 governments, between, in this case, Italy and Ukraine. And I think it sounds like a fabulous idea to actually have a focus session on the role of youth, the responsibility of youth, the opportunity for youth. So I think that's something perhaps all of you should be Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. So you've all touched on this, but I'd like to ask you just for some final thoughts. Beyond project management, what would you suggest for youth to focus on for how they can contribute to Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction now and in their futures? Minister JARESKO, you want to jump in?
I'll start with saying that I think Ukraine's progress over the last 20 years since the Orange Revolution has been driven by civil society. It's been driven by individuals who care. And I think that if you engage now in monitoring, commenting, in raising within your communities, within the national level, your views, your proposals, your critique, I think it's absolutely critical to the process ahead of us. Your voice, make your voice heard. Join whatever organization appeals to you, from whatever perspective you want to look at this reconstruction. But be that monitor, be that critic, be that supporter of those who do well, and be the critic of those who are doing poorly. And if you see projects have been announced and don't actually happen, projects are announced and they don't turn out to be what was promised, engage. The DREAM system is one of those ways to engage. Your voice is critical.
Thank you very much. Christina.
Sure. So I was sitting here thinking, like, what advice do I have to young people? And I was thinking, perhaps you already know. I think that a good sort of general habit is to build on this theme that we talked about yesterday of seizing those opportunities and making your own opportunities. And so if you have an idea for something that is helpful for Reconstruction, it's a good idea to get advice from people you trust, friends, mentors. And if there's this momentum that this is something valuable, I think it's time to take it. I was sitting here thinking, so what's the responsibility on our side? And so it's the responsibility is sort of like a handshake. So it's the hand reaching out on one side and also on the others. So it's also our responsibility to think through these partnerships, to think through ways that we can help open doors. But, you know, I often feel that I learn from Ukrainian civil society, and I think that you're absolutely part of that. And so if you have these ideas, it's the time to get some advice, get a gut check. Is this valuable? Can this be integrated into something else? But then to take it, to build those opportunities that this is the moment, and then to be bold in seeking out those of us that want to extend a handshake too.
Very much.
Did you ever ask yourself why people are getting paid or get social recognition? For their hard work, for labor, for knowledge? The answer is people are getting paid and get social recognition because they solve problems. There are a lot of problems in Ukraine, and there is a huge lack of leadership. You cannot even imagine how huge is this requirement, like demand for leadership. You can see multiple processes in the country, like developing human capital, like education, regional development, but you will find no leadership in many, many cities, in many, many regions, in many, many ministries. You will not find leadership. And if I were you, if I were young and I would have a choice, like to leave the country and build a career abroad or to stay here, the reason to stay here is that here you can be someone. You can leave the country, but it will be much more problematic for you to become somebody there. But here you can be someone. And I don't know how to translate it, but хто везе, на тому і їдуть. And if you show this leadership, if you do this job, you will be really quickly, you'll be on top of any process, on any career you will choose. Just don't be afraid to lead and experiment.
And I'd maybe add to that, be demanding in terms of yourselves, your demands to yourselves, but also to the outside environment. Znайте собі ціну. There aren't a lot of you. Your generation is great, but it is not numerous. It is part of a baby gap from the 90s. So each of you is a valuable human resource. I think one of the things that Ukrainians discovered when they were expelled by the war into other countries is that whereas Ukraine was kind of tolerating them or treating them like, for taking them for granted, they were valuable human capital in the countries in which they ended up. Ukraine has to treat you well. Ukrainian society, Ukrainian government, Ukrainian companies, you should demand that of them. That doesn't mean you need to price yourself out of the market. No, you need to start entry-level, engaged, ambitious, but demanding.
Thank you.
I will answer in Ukrainian if I may.
We've got the value. Ukraine is a country that over the 30+ years of independence has grown, and we can preserve this value together with your active engagement. When we are asking young mayors, how are you recovering? They say, we've got the university, we called the young people, and they joined our project office, and they did everything. So please be proactive. Please be part of the community where you were born and where you grew up. If you want to go abroad to study, do study, come back and bring your new experience, new knowledge, new skills, because they are invaluable in Euro integration of Ukraine. And thank you for being active, for being leaders in Ukraine already.
I would say that there is 35 negotiation chapters, and all of them are very different, starting from the rule of law, justice, freedom and security, ending with the phytosanitary measures. So you have to become the expert in one of them and play added value in this process. And also study the EU institutions, how they work, how the EU funds works. And if you have an opportunity, please use the opportunity to have some internships there, because it will help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing I love about the title of this panel is that it's the Gen W, Generation of Reconstruction, but it also notes that you covered diverse efforts and strategies essential for rebuilding Ukraine. So what I'm hearing is that there's many ways to do this and everyone can play a part. Thank you for explaining the way that you're helping with Ukraine's reconstruction and for some inspiration for our audience as well. So thank you all. Danilo, over to you. Or next panel.
Thank you, Shelby. Thank you so much. Thank you for this discussion. Ну як ви? Зараз у нас
How are you? The very last final panel that is promising to be as powerful as all of the previous ones. You are so energized, you are so galvanized. Thanks for this. I will introduce the participants of this panel, including the promising new generation leaders, and it will be the chance for you to introduce your ideas. You can become the people who will determine where Ukraine is going to move, where the entire free world is going to move. And I can already see that we are almost all here. I hope that you've been enriched with ideas that you can then disseminate further, so that you could lean on those ideas to build something new in your lives and in Ukraine. And thus I invite to this stage Olena Kondratyuk, Deputy Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. It's also plenipotentiary and extraordinary ambassador of the USA to Ukraine, Ms. Brick. We are waiting for her. Then Katerina Maternova, ambassador of the European Union to Ukraine. She will join us very soon. Then Deputy Head of the NATO representation to Ukraine, Peter Haugenberg. Here he comes. Gaël Vassière, who is extraordinary plenipotentiary ambassador to Ukraine from France, and Francesco Pesce, who is chargé d'affaires of the Embassy of Italy to Ukraine. And I would like to invite the moderator of this part of our discussion, Danilo Lubkivsky, who is director of the Kyiv Security Forum. Over to you, Danilo. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is great pleasure for me to start this final session, which is extremely important to us. I am glad to welcome our esteemed panelists to this discussion. When we were thinking of arranging this discussion, we were thinking of what should be the key idea of the Kyiv Security Forum for Young People. We were mooting on some practical purpose for this forum. And thus we decided to come up with two appeals. And they are about the core issues of our today's environment. The matter is that yesterday a very interesting idea was vented, which is a common denominator of what we've discussed both yesterday and today. We are living under the deadly threat. Ukraine is a democracy that is forced to get militarized. And now we are living with this notion of militarization of the democracy. We have to be a democracy capable of defending itself. So our victory, our survival itself leans onto our capability to protect, to defend ourselves. Hence, two very important things. The ending of this war is about Ukraine's membership of NATO, which will mean that it is possible to have a long-standing peace in Ukraine, and that in the world we can return to the rule-based world order. And for Ukraine, it is a chance to become a successful, advanced, wealthy European state. And in this context, we are going to hear two appeals. And I would like to invite to this stage two young leaders elected by you, who will present the outcomes of their discussions during the Kyiv Security Forum for Young People. So it is Victoria Kuzmenko and Vitaly Ivanov. Over to you. Yeah, please do join in. Sit where it is most comfortable to you. I hope that you've liked the discussions that you had yesterday and have continued today. And I also hope that this charge, this energy that we've witnessed so far will be reflected in your appeals to the Secretary General of NATO and to the allies of NATO. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Ivanov. Over to you. First of all, before I read this letter of appeal, I would like to thank our colleagues for very active engagement while we were working in the groups. Without your contribution, this text would never have been possible.
Your Excellency, we are honored to address you on behalf of Ukrainian youth gathered at the Kyiv Security Forum organized by the Open Ukraine Foundation. At this crucial time for our country and the Euro-Atlantic community, we would like to express our deep determination that Ukraine's future lies in NATO. And our nation is eager to bring new energy, ideas, and commitment to the alliance. Following years of war of aggression, Ukraine has gained unique experience and expertise in defense, innovative approaches, and modern strategies that can strengthen NATO. Our developments in unmanned technologies, military strategy, and tactical innovations have repeatedly proven their effectiveness on the battlefield. This experience could contribute to the common security of all alliance, strengthening collective defense and ensuring stability in the region and the world. Ukraine's membership in NATO will also send a strong signal to international investors about security guarantees and stability in our country. This can contribute to a significant increase in foreign direct investment, which will support our economy and strengthen European stability. Ukraine can become a reliable partner that is ready to contribute to the joint production and technological potential of the alliance. History proves that Ukraine has a legitimate claim to NATO membership within internationally recognized borders. There is a precedent when East Germany joined the alliance as a full member after unification with the Federal Republic of Germany. Ukraine aspires to integrate with NATO as an equal partner, adding strength and new opportunities to our joint alliance. Ukrainian youth have made a decisive choice. We see our future within NATO as a future defined by freedom, security, and unity. We have chosen the path of freedom, security, and democratic values, and we are committed to join NATO's collective security, not only to protect our borders, but also to maintain peace and stability in the world. We believe that NATO, as a defender of democratic principles, is the best possible platform for us to uphold and promote these values. Please accept, Your Excellency, the assurances of our highest consideration and our shared goal of building a secure and stable future together with NATO. Дякую.
Thank you.
Я сердечно аплодую.
On behalf of the Kyiv Security Forum, I applaud to this appeal. And now I will give the floor to read the appeal to the Ukrainian government, because this is the key addressee of the appeal when it comes to the EU membership of Ukraine. So, Victoria, the floor is yours. First of all, I would also like to thank my team for their contribution, for their effort put into this text. We showed true unity, and I think that our letter, our appeal to the Ukrainian government is very convincing and very inspiring. Esteemed Prime Minister of Ukraine, we, the young people of Ukraine, the generation that is weathered by the war, are appealing to you with the full understanding of our mission. In 2022, when the enemy launched the all-out war against our country, we made a strategic choice. We applied for the membership of the EU. This step was not just a signing of a very important document, but also a token of our faith in European values that we follow. The report of the European Commission published in October 2024 corroborates that we have achieved certain progress in going towards the EU membership, and it is a roadmap for the European future of Ukraine. We are fully aware of the path covered by our country, and we still need systemic changes. Ukraine's accession of the EU is the guarantee of our security, energy, social, cyber, physical, and military security. European integration is a step towards economic welfare and well-being that is extremely important under the conditions of the ongoing war. Digitalization, the acquiring of the status of the EU member state also requires harmonization of Ukrainian legislation according to the EU standards, and we continue to call on you to ensure that corruption cases are properly investigated and the media freedom is guaranteed. We would like to underscore the need for the institutional reforms, the decentralization reform, the improving of the efficiency of the public service, the improvement of the independence of the judiciary, and fighting organized crime. We are a generation of changes, a generation of warriors and winners. To us, Europe is not just about geography, it's about the system of values where everyone has a chance for self-accomplishment, where everyone is equal, independent of their race, ethnic ethnic or religious belonging, is the time to act. And we continue to prove that we are resilient at the battlefield, and it is an opportunity for us to prove that we are capable of introducing the European standards in Ukraine with faith in the future Ukrainian young people.
Bravo. Bravo. We're very grateful for both of these letters, and the Kyiv Security Forum will pass over one text to the Secretary General of NATO and the other one to the head of the Ukrainian government, so that it would be in the focus of attention of the President and the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine as well. Among us, we will have a Deputy Speaker of Verkhovna Rada Parliament, Olena Kondratyuk. She is a friend of our forum. On the one hand, she represents the state, but on the other hand, she represents the opposition within the Ukrainian parliament, and it's highly symbolic. I would like to give the floor to Elena, so that she would be able to respond to both addresses and to share with the Ukrainian youth how you assess our status at the moment. Over to you. You know, the microphone works with young people, but with the old school sometimes it glitches. We are accustomed to writing everything in hard copy. Anyway, and Danilo, the first thought that I would like to express, having heard such nice addresses, both in form and in contents, I feel like giving the first political reaction first. I would willingly sign those addresses, first of all. And secondly, I would even try to expedite passing on the letters. Maybe if we give it to Peter, maybe the letter will reach the Secretary General even faster. Well, when there are so many young people, young faces around, this is a very good opportunity. And the reflections that I might have are mainly of a philosophical nature, because as I recall the generation with what I came into politics and our addresses and to the government and so on, we were a generation which had not had any failures, any losses. And the young people were always at the lead, ranging from the revolution on the granite, then followed by the Orange Revolution, then the Revolution of Dignity. In all those cases, the youth was the leading, driving force. And today's young generation is also about kind of emotions, the emotions that we were very often guided by, but very often the old system would block our way forward. So I would suggest to the young people that if you have certain emotions, you primarily have to think about a plan how to reach from point A to point B, and but be always aware of point C, the strategy, the ways and means how you get from one point to another, how you ensure risk management, and so on. Now we have a situation when we understand that a war is a kind of a system which we all can get bogged down in, like in a morass. And we have to be aware of this. And another piece of advice that I would like to give is about the engagement of young people, their engagement for decision-making. But primarily, we're talking about decisions from bottom-up, self-organization, students' self-governance. I've seen all the results of the research presented here, and a very important part therein is related to the aspirations of young people in terms of their aspiration of membership of Ukraine in NATO and the EU. But when we take a look at the decision-making and self-governance, the awareness about those issues are much lower than the awareness about the need to join those organizations. But during the war, all the processes tend to be expedited, and now we have a unique chance. Katerina spoke today about the decision of European Commission, and maybe Ukraine will join the EU by 2029. Just compare that with the way we had covered since we acquired independence. I recall when Mr. Yatsenyuk was elected the Speaker of Parliament, and at that time we still had members of the Communist Party among the MPs. So we've come a long way. And what is important is that our young people have matured considerably during the war, and they are ready, and they do undertake the risks and responsibilities upon their shoulders. In many other countries, people don't even think about those things, but our war makes us think about it. When we speak about joining NATO and the EU, we understand that this is our unified, single strategic goal, because the EU is about the framework of values within which we have to live, and NATO is about our security and our capability to finish this goddamn war. I'm sure that NATO is the only system of coordinates which will be able to provide us with security guarantees. So all our steps should be aimed at acquiring those guarantees. One more thing, when we speak about joining the EU and NATO, we all have to understand that those organizations are very bureaucratized. It seems like it's very unfair now, because Ukraine puts in so many efforts at the front line and defending not just ourselves, but defending the eastern flank of NATO in EU countries. But the bureaucracy, the bureaucratic system which exists in the EU countries and institutions, including the EU and NATO, leads us to believe that we should be very patient, we should have staying power, we should have a plan of actions, and we've got to have resilience, and we have to keep it up. Well, it so happened that the world is not created for wars. The world is accustomed to living in comfort, and people are very reluctant to leave the comfort zone. But for us, it is important to do everything possible to make our case with other countries, with your peers abroad, wherever you go, or whatever events you attend, whatever universities you study in. Try to make your case to those people, persuading them that Ukraine has deserved to be a member of NATO and the EU. This is very important in terms of our communication. And for us politicians, and for me personally, what is important is that the membership in NATO and the EU is about our institutional aspiration, and that was promulgated in our constitution. This is irreversible. This is not changeable. We don't have to organize a referendum the way they did in Moldova. And the results were very close, as you know. And Luckily, the idea of membership in the EU prevailed, largely due to the Moldovans who live abroad. So we also have to put in as much effort as possible to democratize our country, to do our homework, to do the work carved out for the parliament to make all that happen. In the research, there were questions about the values that the young people hold. For a long time, the young people in Ukraine have been sharing European values: zero tolerance to corruption, tolerance to people with handicaps, zero tolerance to discrimination on the basis of religion, color, or otherwise. This all is about the readiness to undertake responsibility for all that. It's all about how you can make an impact on the powers that be. Whether you view the policy pursued in your country as efficient or not, how you can influence the policy of political parties, social society organizations, and so on. When we say that the government, the power rather, should just come down into the hands of the young people, it's not enough, because we cannot engage in wooing our politicians, vying for their favors. This all is about how you influence the older generations, your parents and your grandparents and so on, and how you change the society by doing so. And one more thing that I would like to share with you, if you bear with me for another couple of minutes, Danila. Obviously, now the young people are at the front line of all the prospects that Ukraine is seeking to achieve. I go on business trips pretty often now, and what is very emotional, like, for instance, there was an exhibition in the Lithuanian Sejm where we, with the Speaker of Lithuania, opened that exhibition. It was called the certificates which were never handed in. Those are the certificates which were supposed to be given to people who actually were killed during the war and never reaching graduation. All those people had their own hobbies, their dreams, their plans for the future, but they never grew to be 22 years old because Russia unleashed a brutal war against Ukraine. Another emotional thing that I would like to say, I work as a mentor, working with girls at the front line, service women. This work gives me a lot of experience, and it helps me to understand what kind of responsibility we all bear before our country. Irina Tsibuch, she was a servicewoman, 25 years old. She perished. And as I think about her, this gives me a lot of new perspectives and looks at the young people, because she kept repeating that we young people also have to sacrifice our lives sometimes for other young people to be able to build their future. Last week, together with the ambassador of Italy, we visited the foundation of St. Egidius. And at that foundation, I met a guy. His name is Eugene. He's from Berdyansk. He considers himself an IDP. He doesn't write letters to NATO, doesn't come up with any loud statements, but every day he comes to a little humanitarian center that he set up together with his peers, people of 17 to 20 years. And they help each other because all of them lost everything they had just within one day. No place to live, no parents, no nothing. It's very emotional because sometimes you see that young people can do things that older people cannot do. But again, at the same time, it gives us great hope, but it shows that we are forming a new social contract in our society, and we should face the new world with new opportunities and new potentials. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've said all that just because we have to understand the system coordinates in which we live and operate today. And this should be understood by ourselves and our partners, and it should lead us to the conclusion that we all have to move forward and move forward fast.
I'm privileged to introduce Ambassador Maternova, who is true Ukraine's friend and true partner of the Kyiv Security Forum. So I'm really happy that Your Excellency joined our conversation and our forum. As you see, the Ukrainian youth decided to address their message to the Ukrainian government, since everything would depend on the Ukrainians to achieve the strategic goal of the EU accession. However, we do understand that a lot of things will depend on the European Union as well, on your unity, on your strength, on your political will, on keeping up the promises that were delivered to Ukraine as well. Ambassador Katerina, as we understand, there are some good news that arrived from the report of the European Commission. How would you assess the progress Ukraine has already made on its path to the European Union? You are welcome.
Дуже дякую за запрошення.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to see you all.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Prime Minister, colleagues, friends. I'll get exactly to the question that you asked, but let me give three quick reflections, because this is the third time in as many days that I'm facing an audience of young people. And Olena spoke about emotions. Yesterday, in fact, was very emotional for me because I was in the Sofisko-Borshahivsky Lyceum, which is apparently the largest school in Ukraine, just outside of Kiev. And there were these youngsters, some of them were 5, 6 years old, and I realized that some of them don't know a life without trevoha at night. Some of them don't remember what it was like when life was normal and when there was no war. And it became, for me, very emotional, because it's been going on for a long time. And but then I looked further up in the ranks, and they were a little older students. Then 5 of them came on stage and greeted us in 5 different languages of Europe. And that's when you realize that this is the future of Ukraine. Whatever difficulties will still be on the way, this is the future. And I'm not going to get teary-eyed now, but you are very much the future of Ukraine, and it brings me back 2 memories that are very strong. One, last week I was in Chernivtsi and spoke at this gorgeous university to students, and in the Q&A session, one of the students asked me, so how are we different from European students? Are we different? And I did teach, in fact, when I lived in Brussels for 4 years, and I had 2 immediate reactions: that no, you're not different in any sort of visible way, but you are different because you know that for freedom you have to fight. You have learned this terrible lesson early on in your lives that values, freedom, democracy are worth fighting for, and you will never be lazy about that. And in that sense, this is your strength. And you, Madam, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, but you spoke about generation of warriors and winners. And this is the only thing I'm going to say on NATO, because that's outside of my remit. But I remember when Slovakia, where I come from, was trying to get into the NATO and didn't catch the first train with the Czech Republic, and Poland and Hungary was left out due to its internal politics, to gather, especially in the U.S., support for future NATO enlargement. There were these people from both political parties that would come to our capitals, and I organized several of sort of gatherings of people because they were hunting for freedom fighters. They said, okay, show me the freedom fighters. Whom are we going to be able to create the coalition for NATO membership in our country? I want to meet freedom fighters. Remember Bruce Jackson, one of the guys organizing it. And the fight for freedom fighters among Ukraine youth would be much easier and much less complicated than whining and dining and bringing a few journalists and intellectuals around the table. Here you indeed are a generation of warriors and winners, and that's what's going to bring you into NATO. And this is what's going to bring you into the European Union. But now, when I'll stop being emotional now and get back to your question. On Wednesday, we published the enlargement report, as you know, and it's a remarkable report in how unremarkable it is. It doesn't have any huge announcements, but nor huge disappointments, which basically tells me that Ukraine is on the right track. It's now much closer to the European Union than a year ago. The report essentially, except for one very specific area, says there is progress across the board. There is no backsliding anywhere which we could report on. Sure, progress is uneven. In some areas there's been more, in some areas less. It's clearly identified through the recommendations where a lot more further work is needed or some further work is needed, but across the board there has been progress. And that's the remarkable bit of it, that you are fighting for your existential fight and for your national sovereignty, territorial integrity, freedom, and at the same time changing the shape of the country. Sure, we could now discuss where there are 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and there are, progress is never linear, but the clear determination to join the EU and do the sometimes very painful, very difficult reforms is there. The Rada itself is a remarkable body that has been, a legislative machine, I would say, in passing enormous amount of legislation, and a lot more is to come. The government is organized. The way that Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina organized the office to actually deal with and consult very frequently with the civil society and across the board. A few days ago, I went to the launch of the shadow report, which was done by professional organizations and NGOs on the difficult chapters on fundamental rights, rule of law, anti-corruption. Is just one very tangible example of how the process is not a closed one, and is getting buy-in from important parts of the society. So on the Ukrainian side, I think that what I can say is keep up the good work, because all the elements that you were talking about, of whether it's digitalization, security, the economic potential that Ukraine has, all of these are important assets but for joining the EU, but the fundamental aspect of it is the people. And what Olena, you mentioned, the ценности, the fact that the young people and people of Ukraine in general share European values, I think is really the fundamental vector that one moves on. And this is actually, and I tell this to audiences outside Ukraine, because it's really counterintuitive that the full-scale invasion and your struggle in it has had a liberalizing impact on people's values. You see it one opinion poll after another. For example, attitude to corruption. Before the full-scale invasion, people sort of took it as, part of the system. Now it's systematically number 2. The first one is security, second is corruption. Attitude to domestic violence, sexual-based violence, LGBTI community. I mean, you have shifting values which are very palpable when you track the developments in the opinion polls, and I think all of that bodes well. Now, I'm not trying to say that there are not going to be problems and issues. Let's not underestimate the impact that the return of the veterans will have on communities. There are whole cities that have been destroyed, communities of people dislocated. You have a lot of families that are abroad. Some of them will come back, some will not. I mean, there is going to be a lot of dislocation and difficulties, but I think the perseverance and stickest and determination and the little bit of rebellion that Ukrainians have historically, I think will bode well. And my last point, you asked about whether the EU is prepared. Well, we better be, because we need Ukraine to be stronger together. I think the case for enlargement is too strong to overlook. We already used the opportunity to overlook the historical case for enlargement when we did not let the Western Balkans in when it was promised. And I think that the leaders are very aware of the costs of non-decisions. And today's world, unfortunately, is in your face, posing illustrating the costs of decisions and costs of non-decisions very obviously. And I'm pretty certain that we will live up to the challenge. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be uncontroversial, whether it's going to be about the strength of your agriculture system or any other economic one, or the costs of reconstruction, and let alone the still continuing war. Sure, there are going to be problems, obstacles, difficulties, but I don't see Europe without the EU, without Ukraine, and Ukraine not being in the EU in the future.
Thank you, Ambassador. And here I cannot but mention yet another important thing, which is important for the Kyiv Security Forum, since that was our focus for many years. The situation in Moldova and Georgia. Do you hear me? Right? The risk and dangers of the developments we witness in Georgia and the developments that divide Moldova prove to the fact that we face not only the military aggression which comes from Russia, but the hybrid aggression against the societies that
aspire the membership within NATO and the European Union. And here, don't you find that Ukraine's success, and here comes the issue of the strong political will which comes from the West, is a key to win this war, to stabilize the situation, to get back Georgia and Moldova on the right track. Since if we do not do this, it means that the whole story is far from being irreversible. Don't you find this? Yes, Ambassador, that's the question to you.
I think the situation among your smaller members is indeed very, very tenuous, and it reminds me how a few years ago we tried to get Ukrainians interested in the developments among their smaller members, and there was not a lot of attention paid. It has changed because indeed what happens in Moldova in particular and in Georgia affects Ukraine and affects all of us. I would not make the equal sign between Moldova and Georgia.
Okay.
I think that in Moldova you have a leadership that is clearly committed to Europe, to the European path, to reform path, and where the pressure, and we can debate whether there should have been referendum called or not, etc. But I think the pressure by the hybrid pressure by Russia has now taken form of buying votes, etc. 3 years ago it was threats through gas deliveries, etc. So, but you have leadership that has been consistently going the democratic and European path, and you are faced with threats from the big, well, not quite their neighbor, but your big neighbor. Mm-hmm. I think in Georgia we have a different situation where the leadership over the last few years have been taking the country in the opposite direction. So I think the situation, while the outcome unfortunately may be similar, it's very much, I see that differently. And I very much hope that President Sandu will be re-elected in the second round. And with a very, very, very tiny margin, the referendum went the right way, and that will help stabilize the situation, and they will be able to continue their reform path and their EU accession path along with Ukraine. I am less certain about the short-term developments in Georgia, and I think that when the history books and analyses are written, I think that there were moments when we should have been more resolute, where we should have been addressing the situation perhaps more clearly. I'm looking at 2016, 17 time frame, 18, and so there I'm less certain short term, but I still think that in Georgia the population very clearly is, and especially the young people, are very clearly looking for strong integration with Europe, and hopefully the voice will be heard.
I do appreciate. I believe that that's Ukraine's youth duty to take care about, to remember about our friends and partners, about youth in Georgia, Moldova, and Belarus, since that's Ukraine's role to be played, to be the leader of those nations that will lead these countries to the European Union and NATO. Ambassador, I do thank you, and I would like to ask to make our applauses to Ambassador Maternova. as she is our true friend, and I do appreciate her positive note with regard to Ukraine's progress on the European Union path. And now comes NATO. How come? Peter, I'm really happy to see you here. And I do understand, I do hope that you have many reflections upon what you've heard with regard to the statement that our young leaders presented, and they address it to the Secretary General. So you're welcome to respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I start, let me just say, I used to sit where you sit. And I think this is really important because it is possible. So there may be dreams, there may be things that you want to grasp, but it is possible to do this. So believe in it. And when you are there, ask yourself, what can I do? And you're saying, you know, with doubts, what can I possibly do in this situation? Well, we have the Generation W, there's all kinds of different versions of it, but none of you have put up wizard. And I think that's what it is. It's a generation of wizards, and that magic that you hold, you have to give back. And you can do that by finding a way of contributing. And it doesn't have to be something that is huge, as long as it's something that's bigger than yourself. And that's something you can definitely do here as well. So, with that in mind, let me try to address what you wrote in the letter. And I will make 5 points. And it's amazing that you are capturing those. So well done. So you talk about future, and Olena already has mentioned that allies have said the path is irreversible. And indeed it is. And what does that mean? Well, it means it can't go back. You are on that path. You are moving in that direction, which means your future is in NATO. We can look at timing, but that's what is important here. And then you talk about how you bring something to the table. And if there's anybody who has fought a new war and learned from it, then it's Ukraine. Who would have thought that the modern world war would be in trenches, but with drones, the way that has been here? And who would have been able to do this, producing drones on kitchen tables all over Ukraine at a speed of relevance and bring them to the front line as fast as you could? Certainly not the big defense industries in Europe or in the United States. Their cycle of ideas and concepts and moving it on and projects takes much too long time. And you've shown that you can do this. So you will bring lessons, you will bring capabilities, and you bring innovation. And that's really impressive. And you do that on top of a war for 2.5 years. I mean, that shows something about who Ukraine is. You mentioned in your letter that joining NATO is a signal of stability. And I totally agree with you. That will help with investment in your country. It will help with reconstruction that will happen afterwards. That will take time. But it also will help and speed up the integration into the EU, bearing in mind that many of the allies are also member states. And the market that is next door is the European Union. And that stability is really important. And one thing that NATO has been able to do for 75 years, bringing stability to the countries that belongs to it. Then you mentioned something that's really difficult, which is about borders. And I can't give you an answer because it's not for me to answer that question. Which borders, that's for Ukraine to determine what is an acceptable negotiated solution. That's not for us. And then you end with values, and I think that is so important. NATO is a family of shared beliefs. It's individual liberty, human rights, democracy, rule of law. But it's more than that. It's also that willingness to stand by each other and fight for what you believe in. That is the foundation for Article 5, for collective defense, for that security guarantee that you are looking for. And that is expressed in those values that you are mentioning in your letter. So well done. Now, there's one thing I don't agree with in your letter, and of course that's really unpopular when you are in a forum like this. You say we will become a reliable partner. I think you will become a reliable ally.
Good. Bravo.
So let me just finish on the last point here, which is stealing from Olena, about staying power. I think you have proved it. I think you are proving it, and you continue to prove it every day that you have staying power. It is just incredible. Incredible. So please, applause for you.
Thank you, Peter, and we look very much forward to continuing our cooperation with your enlarged NATO mission in Ukraine. So I hope that we will receive some good, in the perspective, some good results. And now comes the G7 presidency. Buonasera, Francesco. I'm really happy that you're here. You know, first of all, we thank Italy for its support. We appreciate the latest results, what we hear from Washington, as the G7 members agreed to provide Ukraine with an important loan, which is related to the Russian frozen assets. It's yet another important sign of the G7 commitment. So, on behalf of the G7 nations, what will you tell the Ukrainian youth? You're welcome.
First of all, thank you really for inviting us at this important meeting. It's my pleasure. I bring you the greetings of Ambassador Formosa, and I would like to start by expressing all our admiration for the Ukrainian youth, which is truly a generation of winners. We really admire you because even through these really hard circumstances that you are enduring, you are doing a wonderful job in developing and doing your part in supporting the countries both at political and practical level, and your role as educated youth, the rulers of the future, the elite of the future, will be crucial for the European and Euro-Atlantic integration and future of Ukraine. So it will be, I would say, not a long path, but there will be a path. But the good news is that Ukraine won't be alone in this path, but there will be the allies with the country. So please keep counting on us. As regards the G7 presidency, you know that from day one of this year, Ukraine it has been a top priority on the G7 agenda, as decided with Italy, and at this regards we have always worked very well with our allies because the G7 is united in supporting Ukraine. This was true at the level of leaders and ministerial level. I would like to recall that on the 24th of February, on the second anniversary of the Russian aggression, Prime Minister Meloni came here, and the first leaders summit of G7 leaders of our presidency took place here in Kyiv. Many were physically present, others were connected, but this was really from the first meeting a strong sign of support to Ukraine. And then if we look at the many appointments that have gone through the years, the G7 ministers are always and constantly invited at reunions in Italy in order to be able to keep the attention on their needs and to further integrate their policy and their action with what the group can offer to them and how can the group support them. I would like also to recall, yes, the great result, as you said, of Borgo Ignazia. the political will, which now is becoming technically feasible to transfer up to 50 billions of euro from the windfall profits of Russian frozen assets. This is an unprecedented step in international law, at least in modern history, but it is necessary to respond, to support Ukraine, but also to give an answer to what it is an unprecedented aggression and an unprecedented breach of international law in modern history, because no such episode was registered from World War II of land aggression between two states, and this is clearly something that was unexpected, and that is required unprecedented measures. The Western countries started with sanctions, and now we are, since the war is prolonging, there are, of course, many consideration and action in how to sustain Ukraine in a prolonged way, because as the aggression goes, so the support has to go until it is necessary. So we are proud of the work we have done as a G7 group. This, of course, would not have been possible with the support of Ukraine itself and with the constant dialogue. And also I would like to recall, as regards our activity here in Kyiv, the constant work that is done by the G7 Ambassadors Support Group, which is really the focal point and the contact to pass Ukrainian sensitivities to our capitals and, let's say, ease the dialogue between all the that are allied country. I'm not saying, maybe I'm not using the word allied yet in a NATO perspective, because you will soon be a member of NATO, but that will come after the word. I'm using the word allied in a sense that I'm underlining the common values that our Western European NATO family embraces, the values of freedom, democracy, the values that Ukrainian has chosen, and that the country has the right to develop and pursue.
Grazie, Francesca.
Prego.
З 2007 року, з моменту...
Since 2007, from the moment when the Kyiv Security Forum was conceived by Mr. Yatsenyuk, the team of the forum has always been a proactive advocate of Ukraine's membership of NATO and the EU. It's our dream, it's our goal, and that's why we are arranging such events. And I am happy that your young energy contributes to this forum today. I would like to thank our friends who have presented very important appeals, Victoria Kuzmenko and Vitaly Ivanov. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Deputy Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada Parliament of Ukraine, Oleksandra MATVIICHUK, Ambassador of the EU in Ukraine, Katerina Maternova, Peter Haugeberger, who is Deputy Head of the NATO representation to Ukraine, Francesco Pesce, Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of Italy to Ukraine, and Danilo Lubkivsky, of course, Director of Kyiv Security Forum. I was also looking for a way to thank the moderator of this forum, Yana Brinzey, who has moderated this forum so fantastically. And I would like to invite Ramina Shud, Director of the Open Ukraine Fund, to this stage for final remarks. Thank you very much. I thank to all of the esteemed panelists. And frankly speaking, it's difficult to find the words, the correct words to finalize the work that we've done over these 2 days. It took us quite a while to prepare this forum. It wasn't an easy ride. It was a very challenging work, but we were always inspired because we understand that this forum, albeit being full of pain and mourning, is also inspiring. We understand that the Russo-Ukrainian war has taken away the best young people. They should have been with us here, but they laid their lives for the sake of their homeland. So it is very difficult to express this pain in words. And there's another emotion that is driving our team. It is great gratitude to all of you for being here in Ukraine, the gratitude for your fight. Each and every of you are fighting in your respective capacities at the front line, in volunteer headquarters, in the media, in universities. Often we say that the youth guarantee our future, and it is so. But today, I would like to underscore that you are not our future, but you are also the today of Ukraine. You are the ones who are holding the country within your arms. You are supporting this country, and I am proud for your generation, for the generation that does not opt for fear, but for action. The generation that is prepared to defend our country. Gen W is not about the war. It's about the will, the dignity, and the freedom that we will never yield to anyone. So we thank you for your commitment, for your love of Ukraine. The future of our Ukraine is being written today with your actions, with your heart, with your love, with your determination, and we will prevail. And when the day comes, we will know that our victory has been ensured by your commitment, by your love of your homeland. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you. The 10th Kyiv Security Forum Youth is completed, and welcome next year to the 11th Forum. A very brief announcement. Does my mic work? Yes, it does. Your certificates are available at the registration desk, so please go grab them and give a huge round of applause to yourselves.